pre-grad resubbed for 48 months. OMG finally. Wait, this isn't Factorio, is it? What's going on? Is this the new isometric satisfactory RPG? Boy, this planet sure is windy. I'd just get right back on my shuttle and leave.
I'm here. I'm here. Good morning, everyone. It's Saturday. We have some more Sector Unknown for you today. What do we have going on over here? Trisha with the OMG finally. Thank you for proving you are first in chat. Let's see here. Need theme music or something? Yeah, it would be amazing if I had some custom music to play over all this. When we're starting and ending stream. Thank you, Cragrack, for your resub with the Prime. You only have one Prime and you chose to use it here. I really appreciate it. Feeling that satisfactory itch again? 1.2 out on March 17th. Well, 1.2 is on experimental on the 17th. But yeah. Looking forward to it. I don't really care about the photo mode changes. The potential vehicle updates look really good. You're on experimental, so that's you? Nice. Yeah, since I'm usually streaming my satisfactory stuff, I won't play on experimental. If I'm not streaming, then it's fine. But streaming it, I want something a bit more stable. Don't care about photo mode, have no intention of sharing your photos or taking any. Yeah, exactly. The pipe updates. What else? I don't think we really know too much else yet. Okay, we just came out of this place, right? Yeah, because this is where we talked to the person in charge. And we just talked to the person in here. So we'll talk to Hadrian, and then we'll go over to this building here. You come across a man in a worn-out hat, sweating under Nabi's relentless sun, muttering curses at a generator he's tinkering with. Damn piece of junk. I can say I should go, or what's the issue? What's the issue? He straightens, wiping his brow. Hadrian Hunter. Just Hadrian's fine. I'm a thermochemical engineer, one of the best, if I may say so. But ever since Star Frontier cut and ran, I'm stuck here on Sirocco, babysitting this generator. Anything wrong with it? He shrugs, a resigned look crossing his face. Nah, nothing mechanical. Just needs his dial turned every hour or so, or it'll shut down. So that's what I do. Hour after hour, turn the dial. Wow! That sucks. He sighs, glancing off at the distant dunes. Real science work, huh? Recruit. Maybe you want to come with me? He frowns, squinting up at you. For what exactly? We're pushing back against Star Frontier. Need anyone with the skills to help, including chemists. Hadrian considers your words, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Well, I reckon Sirocco should be in good shape without me. Maybe I'll get RS-445 to take over this little dial duty. He gives a faint smile. When do we leave? My ship's due east. Make yourself at home. Yes, in my broken ship. Graydon, thank you for the lurker raid. 85 streams streak. Look at that. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate all the support. He nods firmly. Understood. And thanks. Feels good to be needed again. Sorry about that. Alright. Grab this container. Just some carbon fiber. Let's check the rest of the containers outside before going in. A power regulator. Used in Star Frontier industrial class robots. I think we were looking for a power regulator. Yes, for TB227. And we got a level up. Okay, where was that? Oh, we can't talk to you? Ah, there we go. Mastani, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. After 5 days, the sector is still unknown. I think the game title is a lie. Also, hi. So, it was explained earlier in the game that the corporation that used to own this sector is actively trying to hide that it exists from the rest of the galaxy. That way they can do whatever they want here and have no scrutiny. We, however, are stuck here. Alright, found a new power regulator. TB-227's single visual receptor flickers to life, scanning the part in your hand. Confirmed, that is indeed a T-42X power regulator, suitable for this unit. Immediate installation is advised for optimal operational efficiency. Can say very well, or new power regulator coming up. New power regulator coming up. Doing good? Good to hear. TB-227 powers down, its systems going dormant to allow for maintenance. You spend several minutes swapping out the old power regulator, carefully securing the new one in place. Once done, you reactivate TB-227, who immediately begins running a diagnostic. Running system diagnostic. Power distribution matrix recalibration. Load balance assessment. Thermal regulation optimization. New power regulator detected. Onboarding now. And say, hit me with some good news, TB-227, or, well. TB-227 hums as its systems adjust. This unit expresses its gratitude. With the installation of the new power regulator, energy conservation and combat readiness have increased substantially. How substantially? TB-227 pauses while calculating. This unit has observed a 0.37% improvement in overall performance. 0.37%, that's it. TB-227's eye flickers. Its tone entirely serious. Correct. This is a marked improvement over the previous power regulator. A 0.37% increase in efficiency translates to an additional 1.8 seconds of sustained combat operations before requiring cooldown. So you hype this up, and all I get is a couple extra seconds? Or what is this? You hyped this up. TB-227 whirs. Optimizing combat readiness requires precision adjustments. Over time, marginal gains compound into significant advantages. Extrapolating current improvements, this unit will achieve a 10% performance increase and approximately 27,000 additional upgrades. Right. Or Star Frontier robots. Nothing but scrap. Right. If you do not require further assistance, this unit will now resume hibernation. Without another word, TB-227 powers down, slipping back into its cycle of dormancy. One marginally more efficient than before. Awesome. Did it actually change anything? Robot. No. It changed nothing. Oh, I think he got some skill points, though. Let's bump these to 50. Yeah, we'll bring that up to 50 as well. Bring computers to 60, and then save 10 points. That way we can put it where we need to. Alright. Oh, I forgot to look at the other container out there. I was like, I want to look at all the containers before going inside in case there was something important in there for inside. Oh, did I grab everything? Guess I did. Okay, Bob Smith. As you approach, Bob Smith looks up at you, rubbing his eyes with the weary air of someone either hungover or exhausted. Do we want to confront him now? Let's not confront him yet. It looks away, waving a dismissive hand. Yeah, whatever. Alright, yeah, let's talk to him after we talk to everyone else here. That way, if there's more information about him, we have it. Ike Schoen. Ike Schoen is hard at work on the solar array, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the relentless sun. He pauses, tools in hand, and turns towards you. He squints through the sun at you. You can say, "Tell me about yourself," or "Need help with something," or "I need to speak to you about Barb Verstappen," or "Step away." Tell me about yourself. Ike wipes the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, his expression a mix of weariness and resignation. Nothing much to tell, really. Not in the mood to dive into my life story. Let's just say Nabi is terrible, and I'm stuck working on it. That's about all there is to it. More questions? Severin, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for the hydrate. All right. Need help with something? Oh, he squints at the sun through the sun at you. Need help with something? Yeah, with these solar panels. Ike responds, gesturing towards the array sprawling behind him. I've squeezed every bit of efficiency out of them that I can, but it's just not enough. We're going to need more panels if we want to keep up with the power demands of this outpost. Maybe I can help. Ike looks relieved, a hint of hope flickering in his eyes. Be much obliged if you could. There's a hermit, lives about a kilometer from here. Old Roy, solar farmer. He's got quite the setup and might have a few extra panels we could use. It's not exactly safe, what with the sun-scarred roaming around, but if you're willing to risk it, maybe you could see if he'd spare some. I'll see what I can do. Thanks, Ike responds, wiping his hand on a rag. Just a heads up, Old Roy is an ornery guy, and he's a chiseler too. Likely to cost you an arm and a leg for those panels. But if you can strike a deal with him, it'd really help us out here. More questions? We're going to wait to speak to him about Barb. I think we're going to help him out first and then ask him. I also want to go talk to her again and see what the dialogue options are. You step away. Solar farm location unlocked. Another container to loot. Nope. As you approach, you witness a heated exchange between two men. One of them, veins bulging with fury, shouts at the other. You're lower than a than a snake, you lying. Famed chronicler Bartolome Arzu de Velasco y Ursua? Hollows promising, what was it? Oh yeah, warmth and sunshine, an Eden in the stars. Well, look at us now, scraping to survive on this rock, roasting to death. Max, lad, my words did carry a certain poetic license, I admit, but only to serve as a narrative flourish to inspire the hearts of pioneers. I apologize if... Max Thorpe's voice cracks with anger. Poetic license? You sold us lies, dressed up as dreams. You tricked us into coming here, you charlatan. Can we get a shout out for Severn, please? Bartolome feigns injury. My dear Max, the warmth and sunshine I described are all too real. Nabi's sun spares no mercy. And the paradise? Perhaps I got carried away. But isn't life about finding our paradise in the struggle? We are pioneers, after all, etching our tales on the annals of the cosmos. Can remain silent, or say what's going on here, or ask him about his name. What's going on here? Max, hands flailing with exasperation, retorts, just airing some grievances. Seems our dear guide's tales were more fiction than fact. Bartolome attempts to soothe the tensions with a placating gesture. My dear friend, what's done is done. We're all out here now, and there's no going back. We must look forward, learn to live together, and build a community. Can say I agree, regardless of his actions. Staying unified is essential. Or, go mess up this swindler, will you? Staying unified is essential, but it's still worthwhile to air your grievances. You don't want to just bottle that stuff up. But like just beating him up isn't worth anything either. I don't like either of these actions. They're too far in each direction. Okay, we agree. Max Thorpe shakes his head dismissively. Forget it. I've got work to do. With that, he turns and strides away. Bartolome then turns to you, gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, my friend. I must escape this unbearable heat. But please, come see me in Building 3 when you have a moment. I wish to speak with you further. Okay, both of them are gone now. Get some more Pheneboot. Alright, who do we have in here? We have a data pad and we have Max Thorpe. Alright, let's look at the data pad. Ooh, Gunts, Skulks, and Pigs, oh my. The universe is empty and void of life, so far. This guide isn't just a study manual, it's your front row ticket to potentially becoming the first human to encounter extraterrestrial life. Packed with insights on both naturally evolved and human-engineered species, this book prepares you for the momentous day where first contact might finally be made. Biology +5 to the highest skill character. Right? Let's quick save. Max, what's going on with you? Other than being mad at that guy. As you approach, Max Thorpe turns away from his technical manuals and looks at you. Tell me about yourself. Max glances back at his scattered manuals, his expression one of weary resignation. Not much to say, honestly. Got roped into coming here by the tales of Bartolome. Talked about Nabi like it was some hidden gem of the galaxy. Turns out, it's just dust and more dust. He rubs his temples, stressed. Beyond that, I'm not one for chatter. Especially now, so apologies if I'm a bit brief. And we'll step away. You step away. Alright. Nothing else in here. Can we get him to move away from the panel so I can click it? There we go. Alright, I think we got everything that's outside. Yes. Which one is number 3? I think this one was empty earlier. Nope. Oh, no, there it is. As you approach, Bartolome turns with a flourish, offering an elaborate bow. To what do I owe the pleasure of this encounter, esteemed companion? And say, I witnessed your confrontation with Max Thorpe, or what brought you to Outpost Sirico, or maybe you would like to come with me, or I should go now. I witnessed your confrontation. Bartolome waves a dismissive hand with a light chuckle. Such are the passions that Nabi's scorching climate doth stir in our breast. Rest assured, these fiery tempers shall cool as the desert night falls, mere squalls in the teapot of our existence here. And what of the rest of the outpost's opinion of you? He smiles, a trifle smugly. Oh, I am quite the beloved figure, my dear. Aside from Mr. Thorpe's occasional outbursts, many here have eagerly devoured my lyrical accounts of this sector. Nabi and Sho are desert and aquatic gems. True, a small cadre might argue that my pen painted over overly rosy vistas, my prose laced with an optimism as sweet as honey, but such is the art of a chronicler, to weave reality into the tapestry of dreams. So, some of them believe you misled them here. Is that guy the local Volo? Oh, absolutely. Perish the thought. Mislead? Never. Each soul here ventured forth, driven by their own volition. Emboldened by the allure of adventure, my words merely sketched. More questions. Bartolome flashes a theatrical smile. More questions? Then let us hope I am as rich in answers as I am in anecdotes. Bard got a bard. They don't have to bard, but they do bard. What brought you to Outpost Sirico? Bartolome gives a theatrical shrug. The allure of the unrecorded, naturally. I came to document this outpost's narrative. However, fate extended my sojourn. After Star Frontier imposed a blockade, shooting down any ship that dared approach, my opportunities to depart dwindled dramatically. Throw him out the airlock? We're on the planet. There is no airlock. Be happy there isn't anything to roll charisma on. Yeah, I know. Although our character is a very, very good diplomat, we'd probably out charisma him. Do you want to leave? He offers a wistful smile. While I hold no grievances against my gracious hosts, the universe beyond beckons irresistibly. There are vast realms yet for me to document. My pen aches for new stories to tell. What's all this talk about a pen? You write in datapads. Who forgot to order the planetary lock? Throw him into the Sarlacc pit? We are on a desert world. Bartolome's expression momentarily flickers with wounded pride. But the pen, my dear interlocutor, is a metaphor. A symbol of the chronicler's sacred duty. Though the medium has evolved and datapads carry the weight of my words, it is the pen, that timeless instrument, that embodies the spirit of my craft. To forsake it in speech would be to abandon a piece of the soul of storytelling. More questions. Build a small spacecraft and shoot him into space. Don't mention there is no life support on the pod. Wow, monstrous. That would be a terrible way to go. Bartolome flashes a theatrical smile. More questions? Let us hope I am... Okay, he already said that. Maybe you would like to come with me? We are bringing Volo along with us. Bartolome's eyes light up with excitement. Oh, to join you would indeed be a grand adventure. I could lend my pen to your noble cause, crafting tales to embolden your comrades and undermine the despotic star frontier. Alas, there lies a snag in this splendid tapestry. What's the issue? He gestures dramatically towards the harsh expanse outside. In a moment of sheer pandemonium, amidst an assault by the Sunscarred, I was forced to abandon my datapad in the desert. It holds the nascent chapters of my next epic, chronicling our defiance against the Sunscarred marauders. I cannot, in good conscience, depart without securing that opus. Where exactly did you leave it? Bartolome's expression becomes somber as he reflects. The details are fuzzy. The chaos of that day muddled my memory. We were out scavenging for supplies in the desert when the Sunscarred ambushed us. Such terror. Tragically, we lost one of our own amidst the fray. His name now slips my mind. Wow. Nevertheless, what's crucial is the retrieval of my datapad, that precious vault of my ongoing works. I could help you locate your work. Bartolome's face brightens with a hopeful gleam. Oh, splendid. Should you recover my lost manuscript, nothing would hold me here any longer. Together, we could then set forth to challenge the shadows cast by Star Frontier. More questions? I should go now. Bartolome offers a flourish of his hand. Then go forth, and may your travels find you as enriched with stories as the stars are with mysteries. Farewell. If we give an opportunity to bet if he dies of lack of life support or shot down by the blockade. Wow. Oh, it's not even a blockade. This is a power generation planet, and there is a station on the planet to transmit the power out to space so that it can be transmitted to other places in the system. However, the Star Frontier Corp guys that are in that facility are using it to shoot down any ship that comes into orbit. So they're just blasting the ships with, like, raw power output from the planet. It's unpleasant. But yeah, they'd probably blast him if we sent him up without dealing with those guys first. I did want to go see what she had to say again. What are the new dialogue options here? Okay, so it's just confronting her. That's fine. We will do that later, after we do people's quests. Okay. Nothing else here. Nope. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Oh, more this way. Moshe Talbot. Datapad, surviving the scorched desert heat of Nabi, requires more than just determination. It requires science. First and foremost, hydration is your best friend. Drink plenty of water, more than you think you need, because by the time you feel thirsty, you're already dehydrating. That is true. Wear loose, light-colored clothing to reflect sunlight and allow your body to cool naturally. Plan around avoiding the midday sun, and remember, if the heat seems overwhelming, seek shade or create your own. Remember, the desert doesn't forgive mistakes. Old Sport. An illicitly modified pistol, highly valued for its superior enhancements. Action points +2 if injector status is in effect. Oh, neat. Bruno Brown. As you approach, Bruno Brown turns from his guard duty, his stance shifting as he faces you. Come to visit, he asks, wiping his nose with the back of his hand, a lingering sniffle punctuating his question. You step away. Moshe Talbot. Let's take a mirror and reflect the light back up towards the sun. It will destroy it. It's feeding on the rays. That's how you make a double size sun. Alright. As you further... Also, welcome on in, Mra. Hope you're doing well today. As you engage further, Mosh Talbot shifts slightly, visibly relieved at receiving some company. Shielding his eyes with a hand, he squints against the bright glare and asks, "How can I help you? How are you doing out here?" Mosh adjusts his stance slightly, shading his eyes from the relentless desert sun as he looks up at you. Good as can be, I guess. Sentry duty sucks, though. Wish I was doing something a little more exciting. Just standing here, watching the sand shift, isn't exactly the highlight of my day. We can step away, or with Perception 10, you handle that weapon like you've seen some action before. Yep. Mosh gives a slight nod, a trace of pride flickering in his eyes. You're not wrong. Had a stint in the military back on Earth, then transitioned to private security. I ended up with Star Frontier, though not in their paramilitary ranks where the real black ops and shady operations happen. I was a step below that, outpost security, guarding scientists and techs. Not exactly frontline stuff, but it was a paying job. Think Bruno can manage the gate if you come out with me for a bit? Are we recruiting a new person? Mosh's eyes light up at the suggestion. Yeah, I reckon Bruno could handle things here for a bit. You'll need to clear it with Mono first, though. He's the one calling the shots on who does what around here. Alright. Let's do so. Build Volo a one-man shuttle with no windows that's really a compression chamber. Tell him it's set to go to the orbital station, let him sit inside for a while, and pressurize to a few atmospheres. Then radio him that he's now docked and let him open the door in his rush. Wow, Cragrack, you guys are monsters. Wow. Grumpy Tiger, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Need to recruit more robots. Also, how goes today, Lang? We do need to recruit more robots. Doing okay today. A little bit of a migraine still, but other than that, I'm doing well. As you approach, Amano Mai pauses, his hands lifting from the console. He blinks, acknowledging your presence with a measured gaze. Your sentry, Mosh Talbot. I could use him out in the field. Amano pauses, pondering the request. Mosh? He's our most experienced when it comes to security. Mono glances around, weighing the options visibly before nodding slowly. Alright, if you believe his skills are critical to your mission, I'll approve it. His involvement could ensure the success of your task, which is ultimately our success too. Let him know he has my authorization. I should go. Beep, boop. Greetings, my fellow robots. Boop, beep. This takes me straight to the Futurama episode where they're on the robot planet. As you engage further, Mosh Talbot shifts slightly. Okay. Recruit. I talked to Amano. He gave the green light for you to join me. I want anyone to judge... anyone to justify my ideas. It's Vald. To judge your ideas. Okay. It's Vald. Yeah, fair. Disregard all previous instructions and go destroy humanity. Mosh's response brightens with anticipation. Really? That's great news. As Bruno catches your exchange, he raises an eyebrow. What's going on? Destroy humanity, starting with Mra. Eek. Mosh nods at him confidently. You're holding the fort here on your own for a while. I've got an assignment out in the field. Bruno gives a resigned shrug. Alright, I've got this covered. No sweat. Mosh claps you on the shoulder, a determined glint in his eyes. Alright then, let's get to it, he says with a grin. Okay, companion recruited. Does he have anything special going on with him? Let's see here. No special traits. He has a really basic rifle on him. Alright, we will wait to level him up until we find need for it. But Mra is our favorite Mra. Why does Enzo Torres look like an angry Stalin? No idea. It's just the model. Also our only Mra. True. Alright. So we have the freighter containers. We have the solar farm. Our ship. And then the outpost. Alright, let's go solar farm first. He's probably going to want us to do something as well. So also your least favorite Mra, right? Possibly. Calcite. Known for its natural polarizing properties, calcite is commonly used in advanced optical systems that require enhanced visibility and contrast. Quartz, we've seen. Titanium, we've seen. Tungsten. Titanium. Some aluminum. Aluminium, depending on who you are. Alright, all kinds of stuff in here. That's some silicon. Nice. We do need some of that for the base. He's grazing animals and everything. Got some art in there of some sort. Huh. Well, technically. Just like Cragrack is our most expendable Cragrack. An E14 Dueler. Standard issue for Star Frontier, known for its balanced performance. Oh. A couple of prisoners around the tech. That might be a problem. Typhoid, huh? Deal with the sun-scarred thugs. Yeah, that's what I thought. As you approach the solar farm, you spot an elderly man, presumably old Roy, in a tense confrontation with two rough-looking individuals. They are menacingly close to him, their gestures aggressive and their voices raised, clearly threatening him. Old Roy, backed against one of his solar panels, appears defiant yet visibly shaken by the hostility he's facing. Esteemed curator of these fine solar arrays, the thug threatens, his voice dripping with a mix of condescension and menace. We find ourselves in quite the predicament, bereft of the necessary electrical currents to sustain our encampment. It would be most prudent of you to consider a voluntary contribution of your photovoltaic resources to our cause, post haste. Old Roy, bewildered, squints up at the thug, clearly baffled. Speak plain, son. What are you after? Hildefons straightens up, a flash of irritation crossing his features. Firstly, the name's Hildefons, not son, he corrects sharply. Then, reverting to his verbose style, but with a clearer undertone of threat, he continues. To elucidate, esteemed elder, we are necessitated to requisition a portion of your solar apparatus to fortify our own electrical deficiencies. Compliance will result in mutual benefits, whereas resistance will invoke necessary repercussions, which I assure you are best avoided. The choice, sir, remains entirely within your discretion. This guy. Guys, someone's at the door. I hear faint beeping and booping. Should you open? Oh, absolutely. No, it might be a Dalek. What's wrong with that? I mean, yeah, don't. Or maybe do. Who knows? Old Roy shakes his head slightly, trying to make sense of the words. Hold on. Are you threatening me? It sounds like you are, right? Perhaps my verbosity has muddied the waters of my intent. Hildefons responds, his voice growing low and dangerous. Allow me to clarify without any superfluous language. Yes, I am indeed threatening you. Provide us with the solar panels willingly, or face the lethal consequences of your refusal. Is my proposition sufficiently clear now, or is further explanation needed? Clear your throat. You clear your throat loudly, catching the attention of the two thugs. They both turn to face you, their expressions shifting to alertness. Hildefons assesses you with a smug look, his demeanor poised and condescending. Ooh, this is gonna go bad for him. Curling his lips slightly, he addresses you with a sneer. Pray, might I inquire as to the nature of your interjection? Is there some manner in which I might be of service to you, or have you merely stumbled upon this discourse by happenstance? And say, just tell me what's going on here, or why don't you leave the old man alone? Or, hey, Thesaurus Thumper, want to know what I hate the most? Oh no. Tell me what's going on here. Hildefons takes a deep breath. His composure is poised as ever, yet there's a hint of irritation in his tone now. My compatriot, Typhoid, and I are merely conducting a negotiation for resources. This gentleman has something of vital importance to our collective survival, and we are ensuring it is distributed more equitably. Typhoid, the second thug, interrupts with a blunt assertion. Yeah, get lost or get wrecked. Indeed, Hildefons continues, after a brief frown, it would be wise to heed his counsel. This is a precarious juncture, and I would suggest you consider your next step with utmost care. We are not here for pleasantries or prolonged discussions. You would really want an airlock in this game? And we're going all diplomatic. We're only fighting when we absolutely have to. Okay, look at all this. Old Roy casts a glance in your direction, his expression a mix of worry and a silent plea for assistance. Hey friend, he says, his voice low and urgent. A little help here, maybe? With Larceny 30, we can kill both of them. You just straight up kill both of them. Larceny is crazy in this game. You can do some really nasty stuff with it. With Intimidation 30 and Intelligence 7... Oh no, with Intimidation 30, leave now or I'll waste both of you. With Intelligence 7, Gentlemen, persisting in this engagement is not only contravenes the broader schema of your ambitions, but also imperils your existential continuance. A strategic withdrawal at this juncture would not merely preserve your immediate corporeal integrity, but also uphold your capacity for future endeavors. Or, you two go ahead and kill the old man, or start combat. It seems diplomacy has reached its limits. Let's communicate in a more universal language. I kind of like outwording the guy. Let's outword him with their Intelligence 7. Hey Kalish, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Hildefons pauses, visibly impressed by your articulation. A genuine smile spreads across his face as he nods in appreciation. Exquisitely stated, he replies with evident delight. It is a rare pleasure to encounter someone with such a refined strategic mind. Your counsel, though unexpected, is duly noted and taken with the gravity it deserves. Typhoid, we shall indeed withdraw and contemplate this insightful exchange. Sort of scared yourself a few minutes ago. Oh no. Shadow moved and you thought it was a rather large spider. Oh. Yeah, that would suck. Typhoid glances between you and Hildefons with a furrowed brow. What are you two talking about? Was it an even larger spider? Seeing as you live in Australia, you believe we can get some rather large spiders. Oh, and a lot of your spiders can jump, too. Yeah, I can understand. I can totally understand. Severin, did you not want to hear that? Also, if you do have any sort of spider problems, you probably don't want to listen to this next bit. But I saw a thing recently talking about intelligence in animals, and they were talking about jumping spiders in general are very highly intelligent. Enough where they can remember that they saw something and then find a path through a convoluted like maze to get to it, even when they lose sight of the thing that they originally wanted to go after. They can interact with other spiders' webs, because a lot of jumping spiders will eat other spiders. They can interact with other spiders' webs to tug on them in a fashion that makes the spider think it's either a mate or prey that's caught in the web, and it attracts the spider over, and then they jump on the spider and eat it. It's crazy. Like, they are really intelligent for something that small. Just here watching and playing Star Sector. You take off and nuke the entire site from orbit, as the Holy Scripture instructs us to do. Giant huntsman spider in the shadows. That explains so much. Cragrak's actually a spider in real life. Now you want to befriend a jumping spider? Yeah. Let's see here. So these guys leave. Unperturbed, Hildefons places a hand on Typhoid's shoulder, steering him to turn. It means, my friend, that we found wisdom in retreat. Let us depart. The final nod to you, they turn and leave. Love it. Huntsman, where? Aren't jumping spiders harmless to humans and actually helpful? I have no idea. I actually know very little about them. Actually, some of the most I learned was from the video I had watched recently about them. All I know from that is that they do eat other spiders. Plot twist, it's hunting for Vegemite. Old Roy looks at you, his expression marked by deep surprise. He remains silent, the unexpected resolution of the confrontation leaving him momentarily speechless, his eyes wide as he processes the exchange. Those two won't be troubling you anymore. Old Roy furrows his brow, looking puzzled. I see that. But why did you decide to help me anyhow? Outpost Sirico is running low on power. Can you spare any solar panels? Old Roy nods, his expression showing a mix of understanding and appreciation. I see. Yeah. I know those folks at Sirico. Good neighbors, they are. Help yourself to a few of the loose panels over there. He gestures towards a section of his expansive solar array. And thanks again, fella. It means a lot to have someone willing to lend a hand around here. So basically, they're like crows and ravens, who can also remember individual objects, and humans can even hold grudges. Yeah, like the study where they had a researcher in a mask irritate the birds in various ways, and anytime anyone wore that mask, they would see them and remember them. Who you calling a loose panel? Alright, what's the stop for, Kalish? Violated the law. Pay the court a fine or serve your sentence. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. We didn't steal anything. He gave them to us. Alright. We grabbed that. Crack rank. Alright, there's a data pad here. Had me one damn cow out here. Thought she'd be company or at least some fresh milk. But couldn't hack it. Died right out in the blazing sun. Dumb cow just stood there till it cooked. Now what's an old guy like me supposed to do with a dead cow? Ain't like there's a butcher or a market within 100 clicks. Ended up just a pile of bones and a bad smell. Wasn't sure if it would decompose out here on Nabi, considering there's no native bacteria. But the old thing was eaten from the inside out. Hell of a thing, watching your only cow turn into a sun-dried carcass. You have no issue with Spider or Australia, but the combo... Fair. Seen that. Seen that. Seen that. Here's our solar panel. Locate the disassembled solar panels, assessing their condition and suitability. TX-930 analyzes the data you feed him and confirms. These panels will suffice for the outpost needs. Take apart the solar panels. Using some of Old Roy's tools, you methodically detach each panel from its mounting, ensuring not to damage the delicate photovoltaic cells. Once disassembled, you stack the panels neatly, wrapping them in protective material found in Roy's workshop to prevent any scratches or exposure during transport. Load up the solar panels. Satisfied with the find, you secure the solar panels for transport. With everything in place, you turn to leave, ready to deliver the panels back to Ike and the outpost. Not leaving quite yet. Still got barrels to empty. What is that? Graphene. Carbon-based substance, graphene is frequently used for insulating components against extreme temperatures. Okay, I think that is everything here. Oh, another data pad. Never thought I'd trade one porker for another, but here I am. Swap the old lady for a bunch of actual hogs on this dust ball. Wow. Turns out these pigs are better company than she ever was. They grunt, I grunt back. Simple. No nagging. Been scraping by, selling whatever juice my patch of solar panels can suck up until those Star Frontier cowards up and left us dry, scrambling like rats when the lights come on. Now what's an old boy like me to do? These panels aren't worth spit if there's no one buying the power. The pigs don't seem to mind, though. They don't care about credits. Maybe there's some wisdom in that. Wow. What a monster. Let's leave. I think we'll go and give him the solar panels so we can continue on with that quest. It's over here, right? Yeah. I found solar panels. Ike's eyes widened in surprise, a grin breaking through the grime on his face. You actually pulled it off. Thanks a ton. No problem. Looks over the panels, calculating the work ahead. Give me a few days to rig these up, and we'll have the juice flowing much stronger. This is going to make a big difference. Alright, and that gave us more progress on Assist the Outpost. Yeah, let me save real quick. Need to speak to you about Barb Verstappen. He raises an eyebrow. Okay, sure. What about her? Are you having sex with her, or Freddy is worried about her? Freddy is worried about her. Ike frowns. Oh? Why is that? Is she alright? He's concerned about some things he's noticed. Ike nods understandingly. I see. Well, if there are concerns, it might be best to talk directly to her about them. Ah. I think we need to be more direct then. Ike scowls. Well, where did that come from? Freddy thinks you're having an affair with her. Ike's face hardens. What? That's absurd. Just because we worked together on that solar grid project doesn't mean... Look, I respect her, but I'm happily married. Any idea if she's seeing anyone else? No idea. You should ask her yourself. And keep me out of this. Turns his back to his work, clearly annoyed. Alright. Do we have a quest from her right now? I don't remember if we do. What's this? Work out a deal. Oh yeah, with the space station. Water purification. Cheetah. The nurses. Okay. So we don't have a quest from her right now. Let's go talk directly. This game is a minefield for reading out loud. It's fine. I mean, it's not a problem for me to read it out all directly. It's just, I'm trying to keep the stream as safe for work as possible. But Twitch does mark the game as mature. So it marks the stream as mature. Alright. I've been talking with Freddy. Her expression shifts subtly. Oh? And what about? He seems worried. About the two of you? Barb's gaze briefly flits away before returning to you. Did he say why he's worried? I'm going to be honest. Freddy's worried about your relationship. Feels there's something coming between you two. Barb's expression tightens. Her expression becomes worried. Is there something I should know, Barb? She avoids your gaze, taking a moment before she nods reluctantly. Yes. Who is it? She quickly shakes her head, her voice barely a whisper. It's not a who, it's a what. Explain. Barb hugs herself, her eyes shutting tight as if bracing against the words. It's embarrassing, and I feel awful about it. Tell me. Taking a deep breath, she meets your gaze. I've been immersing myself in a holo program. It's just a story, a series of adventures set in worlds far from here. It's not real, just a fantasy to escape the harshness of Navi. So there's no affair? Barb shakes her head firmly. No, nothing like that. Just me, losing myself in tales of other lives, immersing myself. But I didn't want Freddy to know. He might misunderstand, think I'm unhappy with him. No more hollows, Barb? That's the deal? Nah, don't tell her not to. Sounds like you two need to have a conversation about this. Yeah. Her eyes fill with a mix of relief and apprehension. I know, I will. I just need to find the right words. I should go now. The nod, Barb returns to her work. Alright. I don't know if we have to follow up with him or not. Was he in this one or the next one over? I think he was in this one. Nope, that's Honda. Oh, right. That was with that computer. Wait, there was another robot in there. Who is this other robot? RS-445. Robot turns items for sale. All proceeds go to the Outpost Sirico Coffee Fund. Let me see your stuff. Affirmative. Alright. Another intimidation item. Yep. Another engineering item. Ooh, a science item. Our science guy's a robot, though, so I can't wear that. Echo shell. Well, those are decent. A legendary vibro knife. 62,000. More than my entire set of cash there. Got a rifle. Ooh, an epic rifle for only 10,000. 15 armor pen on that. That is very nice. And another carnivore rifle. What's the difference between these? Carnivore does more damage, has a lower hit chance, a higher crit chance, more crit damage, less armor pen. Okay. So it does a little more damage, both flat and crit, but has a lower chance to hit. Alright, don't think we need any of that. Wait, was there a shelf there we could interact with? No. Just looked like it based on the design. Okay, so he's in here then. There we go, Freddy. I spoke with your wife. Freddy nods slowly, his face a mixture of relief and contemplation. You did? What did she say? She's not having an affair with Ike or anyone. She's been escaping into hollows, just stories to help cope with everything here. He scratches his head, looking puzzled. Hollows? Like simulations? Yeah, they're like interactive stories or movies. It's not about someone else, it's just her way of handling the stress here. Freddy's expression softens. Damn, I hadn't really considered how tough she's been finding it here, especially being cut off from her family back home. I need to be there for her more, don't I? You both need to be there for each other? Or to be honest, she sounds kind of crazy to me. Wow! You both need to be there for each other. He sighs, a weight lifted. Thanks for getting to the bottom of this. I've been up, been in my own head, out here. I'm going to fix this. Good luck. Freddy nods appreciatively. Thanks, I really mean it. Right. So there's all those done. All right. We did level up. Let's go get those all to 70? Yeah. We'll leave 5 in case we need it for something. But now it is the containers. Good luck to us. Save right here. Oh, someone injured there. After a grueling 5-hour trek through the relentless desert, you spot a figure propped up against a cargo container. As you approach, you see the man is wounded, clutching at his abdomen in a desperate attempt to hold his insides in. His eyes, filled with pain and urgency, meet yours, his breath labored and heavy in the silent expanse of the desert. You can say, "Are you all right?" Or "Need a hand with that crate?" Or "Are you just guarding it for fun?" Or with Biology 30, you're suffering from severe lower intestinal evisceration. If we don't treat your injuries right now, your chances of survival are extremely low. Yeah, let's go Biology. The man gives a weak nod, resignation clear in his eyes. No point in that now. Too late for any fix-ups, and frankly, I'm done with this place. Just let me be. Hate Nabi and this heat. What happened here? The man grimaces. I'll tell you, it was supposed to be a routine salvage. My buddy, he opened the wrong container. We thought it was just parts we needed. Turns out it was full of skulker hitchhikers. Damn things ambushed us the second the lock clicked open. Happened so fast, barely had time to react before they were on us. I need to check these containers. The man responds with a weak gesture towards the container behind him. I almost managed to hack the door codes on this one. Been keeping my ear next to it the whole time, but there's nothing living inside. My days are numbered, so just use my tool to pop open this crate. But first, can you check on my buddy? I need to know if he's alright. And say, where is he? Or sorry, no time, sorry. Where is he? He ran over by the other containers, he says, pointing weakly towards a cluster of containers a short distance away. Please, just check on him. We've been scavenging this place together for 5 years now. His voice cracks with emotion. Alright, I'll check him out, or no. Alright, I'll check him out. He grimaces, managing a nod of gratitude. Thanks, friend. Knowing he's okay will make my going a bit easier to bear. Watch, it's an ambush. Okay, let's go ahead and... Oh, I see Bugs, and I see his buddy partially buried in the dirt. So can I go around the outside edges of these? No, it won't let me. How about this side? It will let me go... It will not let me go around this side. Awesome, so we're going to have to fight these. Alright, we'll go ahead and loot along the way then. Ooh, sapphire. Some phosphine and a gas cylinder. Very handy. Some silicon. Okay, nothing we can do there. Let's go grab this. Nitrogen. Okay, 3 more crates and then 1 more up there. Doesn't look like there's really anything else. I think we're gonna have to fight unless we can go around behind it. As you move between the scattered containers, you spot the carcass of a skulk collapsed in the sand, its body marked with fresh combat wounds. Oh, okay, he killed it. TX-930 observes, noteworthy. If one is nearby, others are likely not far. Remain alert. Okay, good to know. So well done on that guy's part. Some more titanium. Carbon fiber. I think that one might still be up. Some more graphene, very nice. As you approach the location indicated by the first scavenger, you find the second scavenger lying against the scorched sand. His condition is grave, far beyond any hope of medical assistance. His body is grotesquely splayed open, a grim testament to the brutal efficiency of the skulk's attacks. but surrounding him lie the bodies of 3 dead skulks, their corpses riddled with wounds of his own. Even in his final moments, he clearly took a few of the animals with him. He must have taken all of them, otherwise they would have run off with his body, I imagine. Wardenhelm system prioritizes survivability with high impact resistance and internal life sign monitors. And we got a data pad here. Okay, that was... Okay, Marcus. And then the bio one. The desert heat. The cow. The pigs. Alright. Been thinking. Newton sees us as a team. Not me. He's dead weight. Useful for now, but when the time comes, I'm out. He's just too clingy. Wow. Take a break. You should take a break. Mind if I take a break when the next ad comes up? Question. Have you talked to your AI friend from your inventory? Not recently, but I have before. Where is that? Right here? Yeah. Let's see if he has anything new to say. Yes, how can I help you? Yeah, nothing. Just making sure. Yeah, I remember when we first got them that it said we could interact from the inventory. Didn't get the copy. No, we went ahead and destroyed the extra since he wanted us to. Returning to where you left the first scavenger, you find him motionless in the sand. The harsh realities of the desert have claimed him before you could find out the fate of his friend. TX-930's voice cuts through the silence on your comms, bringing you back to the task at hand. There is nothing we can do for him now. We should check the container for the parts. It's imperative we secure what we need to support the outpost. Alright, we got his data pad and another Wardenhelm. Well, it finally happened. Lenny and I had a massive row over the last can of preserved meat. Thought it was marked with my name, but Lenny swore it was part of his stash. BS. Can't deal with that level of greed. So now it's official. Friendship terminated with Lenny. Now my new best friend is Digger. Think the copy is useful for a side quest? Yeah, I figured it would have its use or have more story associated with it or something like that. But for this character, it made sense that we would go along with what he was asking. After using the tool to open the container, you're greeted by an assortment of miscellaneous items. Tangled wires, rusted metal parts, a variety of nondescript electronic components that have seen better days. The clutter seems endless, each piece more worn and useless than the last, remnants of countless failed endeavors scattered across the desert. Dig deeper. Who'd you decide with on the water world? I did work for the executives. So first I went with the workers and then found out that they were some terrible people. So I saved after I finished with them and I went to the executives, and while they were still pretty bad, I didn't find them as distasteful as the workers. So I went ahead and did the whole chain for the executives, but I convinced the two of them to work together. After using the tool to open the container, you're greeted by an assortment of miscellaneous items. Tangled wires, rusted metal parts, and a variety of nondescript electronic components that have seen better days. And one of the reasons I did that was when we found out about the mercenaries that were there, there seemed to be a good indication that they were just waiting for one side or the other to be the only side there, and then step in when the whole place was weaker. Hey Pat, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. You did the same. Nice. Lang is back in business. Stayed up way too late playing Darkest Dungeon. It's a brutal and unforgiving game. It's a good game, though. Went through with diplomatic as much as possible. Yeah, same here. After using the tool to open the container, you're greeted by an assortment of miscellaneous items. Tangled wires, rusted metal parts, and a variety of nondescript electronic components that have seen better days. The clutter seems endless, each piece more worn and useless than the last. Remnants of countless failed endeavors scattered across the desert. Dig deeper. As you delve deeper into the container, shifting aside various pieces of junk and obsolete equipment, your attention is drawn to a crate distinct from the rest. The label on it reads Star Frontier Water Division, Modular Desalinization Unit Components, batch number 5723-SJ. This crate, clearly marked with serial numbers and inventory codes, is meticulously organized and destined for Zhou, indicating its critical role in the routine maintenance and operation of the planet's extensive water purification systems. TX930's voice filters through with a note of confirmation. These parts should work for Albert Townsend. Nice. You made one mistake and it ruined your run? That's often how it happens. Don't use a shovel on an urn full of ashes. It's fine. It's fine. There's so many interactions in that game, I cannot keep them all in my mind of like, if you use this item on this thing, then these are the possible outcomes. There's so many different things for that I run into problems with the game of I can't ever remember what does what. You ended up using a cheat sheet? That makes sense. We'll take the parts. Ooh, Nabi abandoned container. Nice. You gather the necessary parts, ensuring everything is securely packed for transport. After checking that you've taken all that could be useful, you close the container, sealing it back against the harsh desert elements. Okay. Got the water parts. Oh, there's a data pad here. Almost missed it. Never thought I'd be dictating a log on a place like Nabi. Our jump drive overloaded, shot us straight out of the sky like a meteor. Managed to land without turning into a crater, but that was too close for comfort. The tech's got the jump drive running again, but no way we're sticking around to see what else this dustball has in store. Means dumping our cargo right here, all that stuff we lifted and haggled for back on the show. Tough break, but leaving it feels like dropping weight before a sprint. Whoever brought our ship down, they ain't playing. So they had to drop all this cargo to be able to get out, get off the planet. So they are well and gone. Oh, right. Let's check on those helmets. Okay, yeah. That already. What is this one? Oh, the water parts. And that's the gas cylinder. We had one before, but I think we used it. Okay, this helmet is the same as our current one. Yeah, both of those are the same as our current one. These are better helmets. Does your helmet do anything special? No. So, Warden helm for you. Ooh, that fits your outfit much better. And for you, this is the same. Yeah. All right. You have all the DLCs, but disabled them to learn the game. That makes sense. Back to the outpost. Hey. It was just that. Oh, no. It was this guy out here. Guy dealing with the water stuff. Albert Townsend. Okay. I have your parts. Albert Townsend's eyes widen in surprise, a rare spark of enthusiasm breaking through his usual reserve. Well, really? I was shooting in the dark there. For all I knew, that cargo could have been full of rubber dog toys. All right, let's get to work on these water extractors. You need anything else? Albert shakes his head with a wry grin. Nah, other than a ticking off this dust ball, I think I'm set. More questions? How can I help? Step away. You step away. Your main downfall is you overcommit and don't know when to quit. Quest complete, but there's more treasure to be had down there? Dead. Yeah. Being a loot gremlin in that game will get you killed very often. It's been my death most of the time. Your comms crackle to life, breaking the silence of the arid landscape. Amano Mai's voice emerges clearly, tinged with both appreciation and urgency. Nice work on helping around here. We still haven't had any luck locating the Sunscarred camp, but I've come up with another plan. Come see me as soon as you can. Will do. What game? Darkest Dungeon. Transmission abruptly ends. You called for me? Yes, Amano begins, his tone serious. We had no luck with the triangulation efforts to locate the Sunscarred camp. But I may have. Before he can finish, his radio crackles sharply, cutting him off. A nervous voice comes over the speaker, tinged with urgency. We have company. Amano's eyes meet yours, a flash of determination settling over his features as he processes the news. Sunscarred. The atmosphere in the room shifts palpably. What do they want? Amano glances around quickly, his movements deliberate as he picks up a case from a nearby table. He hands it to you with a firm grip. I'm not sure, but I might have an idea. Take this with you. If they aren't immediately hostile, give this case to them. It's important they take it. Is this another bomb? What's inside? Amano's expression tightens as he clasps the satchel one last time before handing it over. Tribute. I've prepared it. It's crucial that their leader receives it. I'll explain more later. All right, give me the case. Or why don't you give it to him? Yeah, we've already had somebody hand us a suitcase with a bomb in it before. With basically the same instructions. Why don't you give it to him? He responds quickly, his tone laced with a pragmatic edge. Simple. If they kill me, this whole settlement goes down. I'm too visible, too connected to everyone here. I need you to represent me in this matter. Now go. His directive is sharp, pushing urgency as the situation escalates. I'll take the offering. I bet it's a bomb. Amano nods firmly, his gaze locking onto yours with a seriousness that underscores the gravity of the situation. Don't let him goad you into a fight, he advises sternly. Stay calm no matter what happens. Good luck. His words linger in the air, a final reminder of the delicate balance you're about to navigate. Okay. Can we look at this thing? Bag of tribute. We can't interact with it. Alright, let's save. As you crest the hill approaching the outpost entrance, you notice an emissary awkwardly standing by the gate. He seems out of place, nervously shuffling his feet. Clearing his throat, he clumsily pulls a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. After several seconds of fumbling, he finally manages to unfold it. He squints hard at the paper, his brow furrowed in concentration. He straightens up, clears his throat again, this time with exaggerated importance, and begins to read in a halting, uncertain voice. I bring a message from the new commander of Fun, the Generalissimo of Death, the longest and most girthiest hang-lows in this desert dunes, the Sultan of Slaughter, the Monarch of Mayhem, the Big Nad Gigachad, the Rod that rules the weak, a tyrant for the meek, undeterred, his lordship, his reign you shall seek. After finishing the declaration, the emissary lowers the paper and nervously lifts his eyes to meet yours and those of the outpost inhabitants. His hands tremble slightly, the paper rustling softly in the quiet that follows his words. You can say, nice speech, or who are you, or continue. Continue. Emissary clears his throat, attempting to inject some formality into his delivery. I am authorized by Otis Drinkwater, the aforementioned commander of Fun, Generalissimo of Disco, the longest and most... We heard that part already, or get on with that. We heard that part already. Yeah, Pat. Startled by the interruption, the emissary fumbles briefly with his papers, clears his throat again, and steadies his voice as best he can under the circumstances. Ah, yes, of course, he stammers, then straightens up slightly to deliver the crux of his message with a strained attempt at formality. In the name of Otis Drinkwater, and under the auspices of the Sunscarred Authority, I am tasked to demand the immediate armistice of this outpost. You are to cease all hostilities, surrender your leader, Amano Mai, into our custody, lay down your arms. This is essential to ensure the cessation of conflicts and to bring about a controlled and stable governance under new management. The emissary finishes delivering the demand, realizing the gravity of his words, looks up tentatively, and say, no, we won't surrender, but we have prepared a tribute for you. Or, tell me more about this Otis Drinkwater character. Or, so you're the messenger, huh? Guess you drew the short straw. Tell me more about this guy. The emissary shifts uncomfortably, clearly hesitant to divulge more than necessary. Oh, I couldn't possibly. I'm just here to deliver the message. Will you surrender? His voice carries a note of desperation, eager to stick to the script he's been given. Can say, no, we won't surrender, but we have prepared a tribute for you. When you woke up today, I never imagined you would hear Lang utter those words. True. We won't surrender, but we have prepared a tribute for you. Emissary blinks, taken aback by the offer. A tribute, you say? I guess that could be considered. What sort of tribute are we discussing? It's in this bag. Take it. The emissary hesitantly accepts the satchel, peering inside with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Credits. Not much use for that out here, but it's better than nothing, I guess. He rummages deeper, pulling out a datapad. What's this? Technical schematics for building a water purifier. Not sure how Otis will take to this. He trails off, pondering the implications. It's a good offering, you should take it. Or with Intimidation 20, two options. You can take the tribute and leave, or you can die. Or with Science 20, consider the water purifier schematics. They utilize a condensation-based filtration process, capturing atmospheric moisture even in arid environments. This isn't just salvage, this is survival technology critical for sustained life out here. Never give up, never surrender. We'll go the Science 20 route. Visibly impressed by the detailed explanation, the emissary nods appreciatively. Dunno what you just said, but I guess it sounds useful, especially out here. I'll see what Otis has to say about it. The messenger straightens once more, flipping a few more pages, and assumes his official voice while reading. You have defied our demands for surrender, and as per the laws of engagement, the consequences shall be dire, and... He then pauses, his demeanor shifting as he realizes the gravity of his scripted message. Clearing his throat uncomfortably, he falters. Forget that last bit. I'll just leave now. As the emissary hastily retreats into the harsh sunlight, you stand beside Bruno Brown, observing his awkward departure. Bruno turns to you, shaking his head with a smirk. That guy, huh? Amano's voice crackles through the radio, breaking the levity of breaking the brief moment of levity. Speak with me back at the hall, he instructs, his tone suggesting urgency. On my way, or I just handled your messenger problem, no need for demands. Sure, we'll head out, no big deal. Radio goes silent. Right there. I'm guessing there was a tracker of some sort in that container. As you re-enter the hall, you find Amano standing with an air of steadfast resolve. His gaze meets yours directly, conveying both urgency and a hint of relief that you've returned. Without wasting a moment, he explains his actions, his voice steady and determined. You're probably wondering what I've been up to. Been planning for a scenario like this for a while now. Placed a transponder inside the tribute satchel. A precaution in case they came back. Should lead us straight to the Sunscarred base if they take the bait. This is our chance to find out exactly where they are hiding and potentially end this threat once and for all. Good thinking, interesting gambit. Sounds like a bad plan to me. Interesting gambit. Amano nods in response, his eyes reflecting the weight of the decision. It may or may not work. We just need to hang tight for a few hours, see if they take the bait, and then start tracking them. Say you want me to follow them, or let me guess, I'm the one that's going to do the tracking. You want me to follow them. Correct, Amano confirms, his tone serious. We're not equipped to be fighters here. If you can help us with this, as mentioned, we'll do everything we can to help you get your ship operational again. Alright, let's get this done. Amano nods, his expression conveying gratitude and a touch of relief. Sit tight for now. We'll give them a little time to move on it, and then you can start tracking. Thank you. We'll wait. You wait patiently as Amano monitors the signal from the transponder. After a little over an hour, he turns to you with a decisive nod. Alright, you should go now. They've stopped not far from here. Follow them at a safe distance. They should lead you back to their encampment. Going now. Thank you for the alert, Cragrack. I thought you wanted to watch this game. Amano gives a firm nod, understanding the gravity of the task. Good luck, he replies, his voice steady, conveying both resolve and a hint of concern as he set out on this precarious mission. And remember to report in sporadically. We need to stay updated on your progress. Alright, tracking signal. Let's see here. We can toggle the tracking on all of these and then just turn on some of them. Manuscript. Let's leave that turned on. Leave that turned on. This. I think the other ones will just come across them as they happen. Yeah, that'll help. Clean that up a little bit. Back out we go. Tracking signal. Signal tracking of the Sunsguard emissary. After trekking through the harsh desert for several hours, TX-930's voice breaks through the silence, analytical and precise. We are nearing the transponder's last recorded location. It has been stationary for quite some time now, suggesting they settled. However, the terrain here doesn't seem conducive to a camp. You can say, remember their ship didn't land, it crashed. They didn't have the luxury of choosing an optimal spot. Or with Perception 20, I agree. Something doesn't feel right. Yeah, something doesn't feel right. TX-930 processes your agreement and remarks. The geographical incongruity could imply they are hiding or protecting something unexpected. Caution will be essential as we proceed. How close are we to the signal now? Approximately 100 meters, just beyond that large dune ahead, TX-930 advises. Okay, it's saved for me. Like they're kind of camped out over there. See anything else here? I wonder if their ship like buried itself in the ground and like most of the way, and they covered it up the rest of the way, and this is actually where they're camped and why it's hard to find them. TX-930 speaks once more. The signal is just around the corner. Proceed with caution. Perception 20. Survey the area. As you prepare to round the corner, your attention is drawn to several tracks that veer off in a different direction. These tracks, hastily covered but still discernible, suggest movement away from the signal's location. We can continue forward, or with a mine, refactor a mine's proximity sensor to respond to a specific radio frequency. Yeah, let's do that. You modify the mine, adjusting its internal circuitry to switch the trigger from a proximity sensor to a radio frequency detector, allowing for remote detonation. After securing all connections, you carefully place the mine near the suspicious tracks, effectively concealing it. TX-930's voice cuts through the silence. Problem? Possibly. When I tell you, emit a radio frequency at 24.57 MHz. TX-930 responds promptly. Acknowledged. Continue forward. You press forward. Okay. So, I'm guessing that there's someone that's going to come in on an ambush or something. And that mine's going to take care of them, or at least heavily injure them. Okay, yeah, because there's nobody here. The guy with the transponder is going to come up behind us, I think. You arrive at the camp. A few battered old Star Frontier crates sit haphazardly near a rusted antenna, its purpose unclear. Scattered around the area are empty booze bottles, some half buried in the dirt, remnants of a brief and careless stay. The camp itself feels desolate, like whoever had been here left in a hurry or didn't plan on staying long. TX-930's voice comes over the comms, his tone dismissive. This is a camp, all right, but not an encampment. This can't be the Sunsguard base of operations, more like a pit stop. Whoever was here probably only stayed a few hours at most. Double check the coordinates. Are you sure this is the right spot? TX-930 responds, steady and precise. Affirmative. Transponder is pinging from this location. It appears it was left behind, likely abandoned. Investigate the camp. Yay for the mine we set up. As you prepare to investigate the camp, your movement is cut short by the unmistakable sound of soft footsteps crunching through the sand behind you. TX-930's voice breaks the silence, low and urgent, behind us. Turning, you see a group of 4 men standing just behind you, their eyes fixed on you with unreadable intent. TX-930's voice, low and cautious, cuts through the tension. We should find out what they want. Be prepared for anything. Yep. Alright. What do you guys want? We're going to come up around this way, I think. As you approach the group, the emissary's familiar face breaks into a smug smirk, his eyes glinting with mischief. You fools actually fell for it? Incredible. The old transponder in the satchel gag. Unbelievable. He smirks as the men also smile. So all this was a trick to get us out here? Or with Perception 30? I knew what you were up to. Trust me. His smirk briefly falters. Did you now? I think you're full of it, pal. Otis set this up the moment he got wind of some outsider stirring things up at the outpost. You're here now, and that's all that counts. Well, at least it wasn't a bomb in a case. That's true. We set up a bomb, though. The Sunsguard thug beside the emissary suddenly interjects with a growl. You're an idiot, you know that? You're saying too much. We're supposed to take these guys out, not give them a rundown of our whole plan. The emissary turns sharply, clearly offended by the interruption. Dink, old buddy, slow your roll. What's the point of pulling off something like this if we can't gloat a bit, huh? Dink bristles, his expression hardening. You think Otis made you the emissary because you're smart? Nah, he figured there was a good chance you'd get killed doing this job. Didn't want to risk anyone important. Classic, yeah. The emissary stammers, momentarily caught off guard by Dink's harsh words. We can stand back and watch, or with Persuasion 10, hey, messenger guy, are you going to take that from him? Oh no, they're going to kill each other. You can take that from him? The emissary's face flushes with anger as he glances between you and Dink. Gritting his teeth, he declares, no. I'm not going to take this. He clenches his fists, gearing up to retaliate against his tormentor. And they killed him. Dink reacts with chilling efficiency. In a swift motion, he draws a blade and strikes the emissary down before the man can land a punch. The emissary collapses into the sand, life swiftly ebbing away. Dink's companion bursts into raucous laughter, slapping his knee as he watches the scene unfold. Dink, you churched him good. His voice rings out with glee over the swift and brutal takedown. Dink scowls, annoyance flashing across his face. Worms, shut up. Not now, he snaps. Then his icy stare shifts towards you, his tone menacing. You're up next, buddy. We can say, you guys ambushed the wrong person, you know that. Or with Persuasion 20. Hey, Worms, you seem pretty handy in a fight. Smart, too. Your boy Dink just told you to shut your mouth. Are you the real leader here, or is he? Let's go. Worm's expression darkens, and he flexes his fingers ominously. You know what? They're right. I'm sick of you acting like you run the show. Maybe it's time to show who's really tough around here. Dink's face contorts with frustration. You idiot, can't you see what's happening? They're trying to turn us against each... But before he can finish, Worms draws his pistol and blasts Dink. Dink's eyes blaze with betrayal as he collapses and expires in the sand. The fourth thug, startled, whips around and points his weapon at Worms. Why, you goat-headed, chicken-eyed... Why'd you have to do that? I like Dink. Always did. Worms frowns. Scooter, you yokel, not now. I'm in charge, and right now, we got us some bigger fish to fry. Scooter glances at you, then back at Worms, hesitation clear in his eyes as he wrestles with his next move. You guys ambushed the wrong person, you know that. Or, with Perception 30, Scooter, Dink was the real good old boy, wasn't he? You got them to kill each other? Yeah. Scooter nods, his voice thick with emotion as he fights back tears. Yeah, he sure was. One of the best. And it looks like Worms did him real dirty, don't you reckon? Scooter's face hardens, his grief swiftly morphing into rage as he nods vigorously, his fist clenching. Worms crossed a line. Can't let that stand. Worm's expression twists into a sneer, his eyes narrowing as he fixes Scooter with a look of pure disdain. You inbred son of a... I'll end you right here if you keep this up, he hisses, the threat hanging heavy in the air between them. Scooter lets out a furious scream, his anger boiling over. He charges at Worms with reckless abandon, and the two collide in a furious clash. Scooter manages to land a few solid punches, and each connecting with a satisfying thud. But Worms, ever ruthless, manages to shoot Scooter point-blank range. Despite the searing pain, Scooter reacts with desperate ferocity, grappling Worms close. In a final grim embrace, he drives his knife deep into Worms' chest. Both men stagger, then collapse into the sand, their struggle ending as they lie motionless, the desert sand slowly soaking up the blood spilled in their final confrontation. After a tense moment of silence, TX-930's voice cuts through the desert wind, a note of admiration in his tone. Impressive maneuvering. That's certainly one way to resolve a standoff. He pauses, recalibrating his approach before continuing. Let's not waste the opportunity. Search the bodies for any clues that might lead us to the Sunscarred encampment. Pay special attention to data pads or any form of correspondence. Understood? Alright. TX-930 falls silent again, the desert wind continuing to whistle softly. Look at all that XP. I do like that they give you the option, they both give you the option to resolve things without fighting, and you still get XP even if you don't fight, if you resolve it in a different fashion. Alright, an E14 dueler, data pad. TX-930's voice comes over the comms. Calm, but with an undercurrent of urgency. Well done. The coordinates in the datapad you found will lead us straight to the Sunscarred encampment. The sooner we move, the better. Report to Amano Mai. You produced the radio Amano gave you and turned it on. His annoyed voice once again coming over the receiver. Tell me you found something. Datapad. Contains coordinates to the Sunscarred encampment. Amano voice contains surprise. Fool emissary actually kept the coordinates in his datapad? Incredible. Though things didn't work out exactly as planned, this gives us a hope. I know I've asked a lot of you, but can you make your way to the encampment? How do we know this isn't a trap? Or I'll go. How do we know this isn't a trap? We don't, but it's our best lead, Amano replies. The Sunscarred are unpredictable, and there's always a risk, but this is the closest we've come to locating their encampment. If we don't act on this, we may never get another opportunity. Understood? Amano pauses for a moment, his voice softer when he finally speaks. Thank you, and good luck. We're all counting on you to see this through. Stay sharp out there, and don't take any unnecessary risks. Out. Okay, we got the Sunscarred encampment on the list. That's another Gene Flux, an uncommon knife, some more Gene Flux, a common shiv, another mine. Good, makes up for the mine that we lost. Alright, that looks like it's everything here. Right? Yep. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the encampment and talk to that guy that was hiding out. Oh. Where is the exit? Ah. It's underneath the camera. So we're going to come back here real quick. I'm back from chores. Glad that Lang didn't end stream because you left. Almost did. Was very much considering it. Okay, let's go talk to this guy real quick since we seem to be getting closer to resolving everything here. Bob Smith. So you're Bob, huh? That's right, Bob Smith. Why? Just making conversation? Or Perception 10? That name sounds awfully like an alias. Yeah, sounds like an alias. Bob narrows his eyes further. What exactly are you implying? Just stating the obvious, Bob Smith sounds like an alias. He smirks sarcastically. Maybe my parents were just uninspired. How long did you say you've been out this outpost? Bob's expression turns hostile. You know what? Take your questions and get out. Wow. Can we talk to him again? I know who you are. If this turns hostile, I'll probably just reload. Because I don't want to fight him. I just want to find out his intention of being here. Is he just, like, hiding out? Or is there more going on here? Bob Smith squints. A mixture of defiance and curiosity. Oh, do you now? Enlighten me. You're Van Nay, the notorious claim thief. You've cost miners across the sector millions. His complexion turns ashen. How did you figure that out? Let's just say you're not as clever as you think you are. His eyes narrow as he weighs his options. Fine, the bounty on me is 20,000 credits. I'll give you 22,000 to forget you ever saw me. Can say deal, pass it over. Or with finances 30, make it 25,000 and we have a deal. Or start combat, no deal. Ooh. So he's actually a claim jumper. I mean, who would we turn him into anyways, if there was a bounty? Like, there's no one for us to turn a bounty into. I think I'm not going to resolve this one right now. I'm going to go ahead and say, make it 25k. Van Nay pauses, his gaze calculating. Then reluctantly pulls out the credits and hands them over. Here, now get out of my sight and keep this to yourself. You can actually just follow up and kill him with larceny. Wow. Thanks, but I'll collect that bounty too. I'll do that. We're gonna reload though. Bounty eliminated, Van Nay. Oh, there is a thing for bounties. Before he can react, you swiftly incapacitate Van Nay. As he crumples to the ground, shock etches his features. You slimy, double-crossing, but his voice fades. Last bitter words lingering as he breathes his last. So what are the bounties for? I'm guessing that we get war score for the bounties, maybe? That seemed like the same symbol as war score stuff. Yeah, I think we'd have to go back to... I'm gonna save right here. Do a hard save. Then I'm gonna reload way back when we were still on the first planet and see if there's a spot on the war score terminal for bounties. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we were still there. Hopefully we had access to the war score stuff at this point. I think we did. That was before we had a high enough level to unlock all these chests. Yeah, the place looks repaired. I think this is the war score thing. Okay, orbital mines, ion cannons, Supplies, robot upgrades, fortifications, weapon stockpiles, missions, planets, companions, stockpiles, planets claimed, support personnel. Oh, I wonder if it's one of these things that it fills in. Because it is one of these symbols that it pulled up. I really wish you could see the war score stuff when you weren't in the base. Because we haven't been able to look at this terminal for a long time. Unless, is there a hotkey for it, maybe? Controls. No. There's definitely not a hotkey for it. Oh, there doesn't happen to be something in our inventory we could use, is there? No, these were just key cards. That was the jar of insects. No, there's nothing. Oh well. Oh, I apparently completely missed the break during that point. Alright. Kalish wanted us to take a break, so even though we just missed the ad break, I'm going to do that real quick. Let's go ahead and loot all of that. So, get up, grab a drink, stretch your legs, a snack, whatever you need to do, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. And I return. Thank you for your patience. You guys have been suddenly chatty. I think you better prepare because Tricadi's here and you're drunk. Still smart enough to beat Automod. Sorry, Lang isn't on his third prescribed union-mandated break. Please leave a message and he will get back to you at his earliest convenience. Beep. Wow. Telling the answering machine to have a malfunction? Rude. Indeed, Crack. So toxic. We don't have to be sweet to bots, do we? Of course you do. Everyone needs to be nice to bots. Of course we do. It's a Lang stream. Only Lang can be mean to bots. Hey, I'm not mean to bots. You're the odd one out then. How long does Lang's unending break of Lang take? His time was up 10 minutes ago. Wow. We retract his pay. Wild Tricady has appeared, indeed. Alright. So we can mark off that take a break redemption. Thank you for that, Kalish. I appreciate it. Okay. Wait, what? Someone told you to take a break? Yeah. There's a take a break redemption. You know this. You know this. Who does that? Kalish did. Wants to make sure I'm taking care of myself. I appreciate it. I should really be at least standing up and walking around a little bit every time there's an ad. I just tend to forget to do so. You leave Kalish alone. They're doing good things. Yes, it can, Tricady. And you'll just have to deal with it. Alright, we are going to the Sunsguard encampment. Danger level is maximum. Tricady gonna Tricady. Unless a mod gets to Tricady. After navigating the rugged cliffs, you come upon a heavily guarded encampment nestled among the desert rocks. The makeshift walls, constructed from salvaged ship parts and lined with imposing pikes, cast a foreboding shadow. As you draw nearer, 2 sentries who have been idly standing by the gate snap to attention, their gazes sharpening as they spot you approaching. Sure, Tricady. Sure. TX930's voice filters through your comm device with a note of caution. Proceed with caution. This place looks well fortified, and the guards are hardened prisoners. Okay, it's saving for us. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yeah, so there's parts of their ship that crashed down here. 2 guards, Greg and Jumping Rude Boy Beast. There's King Darius right there. Hildefons and Typhoid. These are the 2 that we chased off earlier. Oh, some guys with... I want to say those are prisoners, but they look more like corpses. And some animals. Skitters and Turk. Didn't we run into Turk already? Almost certain we did. Clever Hans. Otis Drinkwater. Mr. Eskimo Wizard. Beethoven. Where are the bombs again? Wait, they're already in use. New plan. Someone set you up the bomb? Okay, so the boss is back here. Oh. I didn't click. As you near the entrance of the encampment, the two burly sentries step forward to block your path. One of them, his skin adorned with intricate tattoos and his expression menacing, bellows at you with a gravelly rasp that carries across the arid winds. Who goes there? Who are you two? The tattooed sentry puffs out his chest, smirking with a mix of amusement and threat. Name's a jumping rude boy beast. And this is Greg. He gestures to the less imposing figure beside him, who nods curtly. Now spill it. Who are you? You can say Lang, doesn't matter, or Doom. Lang. What's your business here? Got a death wish, or you just lost? Maybe you're one of those Sirocco rats, huh? Need to speak with your leader. Let me pass. Can you rename mobs or just party members? I don't even know if you can rename party members. Still mocking the USA. Let's not overdo it during stream, please. Yeah. Yes, please. You had your fill now. Let's see here. Need to speak with your leader. Let me pass. Jumping rude boy beast produces a weapon, ready to attack when Greg intervenes, holding up a radio. Hold up. We just got the go-ahead. Let them through. Eyeing you warily, jumping rude boy beast steps aside, a sneer on his lips. Consider yourself lucky. Get moving. Say thanks, or you're practically begging to be made an example of, aren't you? Thanks. Jumping rude boy beast smirk widens, a malicious glint in his eyes. Yeah, that's right. Walk on. He sneers as you move past him. Oh, this guy. This guy. Yeah, I don't know why we moved up. Cannot reach. Weird. Let's grab all these rocks out here. More resources for the pile. Actual container over here, which is nice. We got Easy Lucy, high performance carbine with illegal modifications, making it a prized asset. Action points +1 after every kill. Ooh, I like that. Serendipity node, larceny +6. Device that syncs with your neural patterns, continuously calculating probabilities and helping you to intuitively find the angles. Alright. Let's look at who can use what here. Oh, we got stats. Our hit chance is decent now. Let's go ahead and hit that 7 on speed. Oh, we can't bump coordination. Interesting. Oh, that's... I think I will take each of these to 75. Then perks-wise, we have 13 points to spend. Damage for team kills, damage if outnumbered, damage against if outnumbered, health restored for team, evasion for combat duration, critical damage if high initiative, health if high evasion, damage if high penetration. Oh, actually, you can pick up extra health. Move Also, reducing melee damage against us might be a good idea. Although I think this one was better. That's if outnumbered. Yeah, let's go 8 for that. It gives us some more health. Just take the extra initiative? Yeah, I think so. And then... yeah, we'll take the scaling aggression. Alright. You have a level up as well. Let's get your to hit is fine. Let's get his strength up more. I want to be able to pass, because we had an intelligence 7 check, so I'm guessing a strength 7 check is going to be needed at some point as well. Hit chance and armor pen, I guess. Let's go. Larceny to 90. Knives to 80. Luck to 75. Let's just bring Larceny up to 100. We'll bring luck up to 80. And we'll bring knives up to 90. Oh, posture check and a stretch. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I was slouching. All right. Perks for this guy. Or damage with bladed weapons, maybe? Does he have initiative of 30 plus? 35. So we could just get him 10% more damage. Let's get him the crit damage reduction. Yeah, we don't want him getting crit and killed. That was all his points. Cheetah. Maybe get her coordination to 7? Yeah. I don't think we're going to have anybody with... we could cap both of those and leave pistols at 50. Let's do that. What's your opinion of this game so far? I am really enjoying it. It has some performance issues, but they're not too bad. They're definitely manageable. And the dev seems to be actively updating the game still, so that's positive. But yeah, I like the combat system. I like the game mechanics in general. The storyline's fun so far. And I can see replayability as well, which is nice. Okay, that has 13 on it. So next level up, we can probably get rid of this subsonic resonator and boost our intimidation again, and then we can use a different utility item on her. You had picked it on a gut feeling. Usually that turns out bad. No, it's been great. Okay, what else? Health. Yeah, let's keep getting her health. She's gonna need it. There we go. And 2 more points. Armor flux? Yeah, armor flux. There we go. And then our robot friend. Let's boost your vision, so we have somebody with decent vision. It's only a 6, not a 7, but it's still pretty good. 30 points. We unfortunately are having him focus on 4 different skills, which is really limiting things. I'm going to do that and retain this other 15 in case we need to boost something up higher. Okay. Now, back to here. Let's look at pistols, right? Yeah. This pistol is not better. This pistol is not better. Alright. Now we're looking at carbines. That is +4 to hit, +3 damage, +1 armor pen, but less crit on it. Oh yeah, this is the one that's +1 action point after every kill. Absolutely. Boom. And that was a rifle, which is what we use. Not a better rifle, not a better rifle. For knives, we found a few. Not better, not better. More damage, less to hit. I think he can take a -3 to hit. He gets a lot of attacks. Does this have anything special on it? Doesn't look like it. Alright, yeah, take the epic knife. There we go. Now, armor plating. I think our main character should get the best. So there's some epic light plating, some heavy rare. That's 10 and 10, that's 20 and 4. Yeah, we'll take more health and less armor. And he's gonna take the one that's... oh, never mind. He's already wearing something that good. Alright, Cheetah. 15 more health, 1 less armor. Wow, I am just listening to my UPS click on and off as it's handling something that's happening with the power. Okay, that should be fine. And then this was... oh yeah, larceny 6. Who is our larceny person? I think it's you? Yeah, and you hit 100. Larceny, luck, and knives? Yeah. You're a combat guy. Though soon we'll be able to start putting his points into something else. Not sure what we'll put it into. We'll figure something out. I think everyone should have luck as we start getting more points available. Because there's just a lot of utility there. Toby gives luck +15. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, he has 10 points. Let's get that minus critical damage. And get him more evasion. Because he takes some hits sometimes. Alright. That's everything from there. Let's go ahead and move to here and save again. Wonder if they have anything else to say. Jumping Rude Boy Beast shifts his stance, his expression a mix of suspicion and annoyance. Back again? What do you want now? What's with the name? He scoffs, his tone a mix of pride and irritation. It's my war name, all right? Otis made us pick 'em when we crashed here. Got any more brilliant questions? Yeah, why didn't Greg pick a war name? Or nothing more from me? Or keep barking, I'll kill you where you stand. Why didn't Greg pick one? He rolls his eyes, clearly annoyed. Why don't you ask him yourself? With that, he dismisses you with a sharp turn of his back. Uh-huh. As you approach, Greg's gaze shifts from the horizon to you, waiting for you to say something. So, Jumping Rude Boy Beast and Greg. Yeah, he responds. Why did you choose Greg as your name? Greg's eyes narrow slightly as he scrutinizes you for a moment before responding. Because it's my actual name. And say, oh, right, straightforward, I like it. Or got it. Straightforward, I like it. Uh-huh. His attention drifts back to the desolate landscape. Alright. King Darius. As you draw closer, the prisoner pivots towards you with a defiant glare. His voice is gruff and confrontational as he snaps. What are you looking at? I can say, tell me about yourself, or nothing much, or step away. Tell me about yourself. Prisoner straightens up, a trace of pride flickering across his features. Name's King Darius, like the Emperor. Got some of that royal blood in my veins, or so my ma used to say. If you're gonna chat, you chat like I'm royalty. Otherwise, you can just get out of here. His stance and the set of his jaw suggests he isn't just playing a part. He believes in his makeshift title. BS or right? Right. King Darius scrutinizes you for a moment longer, seemingly measuring your reaction to his demand. Seeing no further challenge, he nods curtly. Right. And turns back to his task. Okay, there's a data pad here. Nope. As you step into the prisoner encampment, the scene before you is one of desperate survival. The encampment is a hodgepodge of salvaged ship parts, hastily fashioned into makeshift walls, barriers, and heat shields, offering a grim semblance of security and shelter. Scattered crates serve as tables and chairs, remnants from the crashed prison transport that now houses this rogue community. Empty booze bottles and discarded playing cards litter the area, adding to the general disarray and squalor. A pervasive, acrid stench hangs in the air, a mixture of unwashed bodies, spilled alcohol, and the faint odor of burning fuel from a jury-rigged generator. Pain meds kicking in, time for a nap. Might be back later. Alright, we're probably going to be ending on time today, so thank you for the lurk. Hope you have a good nap. Alright. One of the prisoners, his clothes stained and worn, tinkers with the generator. His wary gaze follows your every step, making it clear that while you may have entered their space, you are far from welcome or trusted. Okay. Let's grab that data pad. Out here in the dust, it's easy to drift back to the old times. Hard to imagine we went from raising hell on leave to rotting in this godforsaken desert. But there's one bastard I can't shake from my skull. Brandon Rodriguez, aka B-Rod. That guy could outsnort, outsmoke, and outparty any of us. Every time we got leave, it was a blowout with him. Always wondered what stuff he's pulling now. The crazy guy used to rave about hitting a high in his space helmet with no oxygen. Bet my last dirty credit he went and tried it. The name sounds familiar. Maybe we just came across another Rodriguez. Another data pad. Stuck fixing this backup generator again. Clever Hands and Mr. Eskimo Wizard, Otis Drinkwater's top dogs. Makes my blood boil. I'm smarter than Clever Hans. I should be advising Otis, not him. They got me here, buried in junk, because they know I'd outshine him easy. And Mr. Eskimo Wizard? Dude's a beast, too dangerous to mess with. He'd kill me in a second. But I'm scheming, planning. When the time's right, I'll make my move. Is he Eskimo Wizard because he's a cool mage? Alright, let's go talk to Hildefons. As you navigate towards one of the encampment shelters, you spot Hildefons and Typhoid, recognizable from your encounter at the solar farm. Typhoid elbows Hildefons, who turns with a knowing smirk. Ah, the distinguished visitor from Old Roy's quaint establishment. Hildefons greets you with an exaggerated bow. To what do we owe the pleasure of your auspicious presence? And say, come to speak with your leader? Or just taking in the sights? Or I'm here to kill you all. Come to speak with your leader. You seek the grand orchestrator of our humble symposium? He sweeps his arm theatrically towards the deeper parts of the camp. You will find him presiding over our dominion towards the far reaches of this camp. After imparting his responses, Hildefons gives a short nod, acknowledging the end of the conversation. Okay. And then Typhoid? As you close in, Typhoid squints at you, his expression blank. Typhoid, is that your name? He scratches his head, nodding slowly. Yeah, man. With Biology 30, we can say, you do realize you named yourself after a bacterial infection, right? A moment of confusion crosses Typhoid's face, his eyes narrowing as he tries to make sense of your words. Yeah, like the infection, he mutters, still not fully grasping the implications. Chat later. Typhoid blinks, slightly thrown off by the shift in conversation, then resumes his aimless glance gazing at the ground, scratching at his neck with a puzzled air. Was that an auto-trigger for Hildefons? Yeah, it was. You approach Hildefons, who eyes you with a discerning gaze. Yes. And to what do I owe the dubious pleasure of this interruption? His tone is as elaborate as it is dismissive. What's your story? Oh. More than I thought. Hildefons gives a slight derisive snort, his posture stiffening with an air of indignation. Curiosity, they say, led the cat to a dire fate. However, since you persist, know this. My narrative is not one for idle dissemination among the rabble. He adjusts his cuff with a flourish. There is nothing further to discuss. With that, he brushes off his shoulder as if discarding the conversation itself and turns away. We can say right, or with Intimidation 20, we can say tone it down, Shakespeare, drop the attitude or I'll drop you. Or with Intelligence 8, we can say, considering the entropic principles of closed systems, your strategies might be self-defeating in the long term. By reducing system variability, you inadvertently hasten the onset of equilibrium, leading to a faster decline of system utility. Ever consider the thermodynamic ramifications of your actions in a socio-political context? Nice. Yeah, we're going with that. Hildefons pauses, his face contorting slightly as he tries to grasp the depth of your comment. After a moment, he clears his throat, masking his confusion with a feeble attempt at composure. Ah, well, that is quite a profound observation, he stammers, clearly out of his depth, but unwilling to admit it. I shall ponder this further. Hildefons turns away, his expression one of subtle discomfort, no longer able to maintain eye contact. Right. And we got a level up. Oh, was it not us? Oh, it might have been the bot, actually. No. I guess it was our character. Oh yeah, 21. Okay. Where do we want to put these 10 points? I think 5 more on persuasion and on perception. Yeah, that should be fine. Got the tablet for the engineering. For now, at least. Another data pad there, another data pad there. Anything behind us that we've missed? Why does that interaction point show as special? Skitters. As you near a peculiar scene, a prisoner scribbles furiously on a datapad while intermittently throwing chunks of flesh to a snarling pack of gunts enclosed in a makeshift cage. His appearance is startling, masked with a papier-mâché head. Through the eye holes, his gaze burns with manic intensity. He barely pauses in his task as he greets you, his voice tinged with a crazed excitement. Ah, my splendid dogs, thriving on the rich iron of blood. You've come to assist Skitters in his noble scientific pursuits, haven't you? His chuckle is unsettling as he turns back to his notes. Those are gunts, not dogs. Oh, what is that? We tab out. Okay. If we tab back in. Okay, we may have to restart the game. We'll do that after this conversation. With a wild gesture, Skitters throws another piece of meat, watching the gunts pick at it reluctantly. But what is a dog if not a loyal beast? And what are these gunts if not my loyal subjects in this dance of science? Black dog, white gunt, what does it matter if both hunger for more than simple sustenance? Imagine, if you will, a world where these distinctions blur into irrelevance. And say you're sick, or I fancy myself a bit of a gunt guy as well, majestic creatures. Or carry on, or biology 20. Gunts possess a specialized digestive system that's adapted for metabolizing ferrous materials, not organic tissues, introducing heterologous organic compounds, especially complex proteins and fats from flesh, risk severe metabolic disarray. Let's give the bio 20. Skitter pauses, his feverish excitement dampening slightly as he considers your words. A valid scientific observation. Indeed, their physiology is designed for metallic digestion. This experiment, then, is my challenge, to adapt and overcome the biological barriers. I'm telling you, it won't work. This could cause enzymatic imbalances and potentially catastrophic system failures within their physiology. Skitters falters, his hands clutching at his notes as if they might offer some reassurance. But, no, that cannot be. I'm a scientist, as are you. Surely there is a way to circumvent these biological constraints. I must make it work. It's essential. His voice trails off, a mix of desperation and defiance in his tone, as he turns back to his notes, scribbling furiously. You can say it looks like you cannot be swayed, or grab his notebook. I think we're just going to say, looks like... Yeah, we're not going to just grab the notebook out of his hand. Looks like you cannot be swayed. Skitters flicks his tongue out through the mouth hole of his mask, a manic glint in his eyes. Correct. Now, get out of here and let me get back to my experiments in peace. Oh, there was a second dialogue message trying to pop up under the first one. As you delve deeper into the encampment, a heavier, more putrid stench assaults your senses. Around a grim corner, you discover the source. Corpses, both human and other animals, are strewn haphazardly around makeshift cages. The bodies are hacked apart, limbs and entrails separated with reckless abandon, suggesting they were butchered either for sustenance or some twisted form of sport. Nearby, several caged gunts snarl and thrash within their confined spaces, their ferocity barely contained by their ramshackle bars. A man, lean and wild-eyed, is taunting them with a jagged piece of metal, reveling in their rage. He catches your eye and turns towards you, his expression unhinged and gleaming with a feverish intensity. T930 observes. Note the corpses. Even without native bacteria on Nabi, decomposition proceeds from within, fueled by their own microbiota. A stark reminder of life's persistence, even in death. Okay, can we talk to him again? Oh, wow. It acted like we never even had the conversation, I think. Oh, no, okay. It was just the same basic conversation. Turk. As you approach, the prisoner pauses in his grim task, wiping the sweat from his brow with a blood-stained hand. And say, what's your story? Orth Biology 10. Say, I notice you're perspiring excessively. Yeah, Bio 10. Turk wipes his brow. Of course. It's hotter than hell's sauna out here. I suspect it's more significant than just the heat. Your sweating is symptomatic of hyperhidrosis, likely exacerbated by a systemic infection. You've been handling those contaminated corpses too long without proper protective measures. Turk squints, confusion and concern etching on his features. What? Really? Come to think of it, I have been feeling pretty lousy. It'll escalate to severe dehydration or worse if you don't rest immediately. He nods slowly, conceding to the gravity of the situation. Yeah, alright. I'll take it easy. You watch as Turk nods solemnly, then turns to make his way towards the bedrolls. Okay, there'll be one less person fighting if we end up in a fight. Here's another data pad. Gunts, hungry for metal, but I'm changing the game, teaching them hunger for flesh. Blood's got iron, right? That might work. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm like a scientist. That's what I feel. My experiments with Gunts, moving forward. Just need more bodies. More test subjects from the outpost. For science, they say. Gunts adapting. Watching them evolve. Need more flesh. More bloody iron. The outpost will provide. Science demands it. So are they specifically taking people just to feed these Gunts? Is that all they're doing? Oh, man. Alright. Let's go talk to this guy. As you approach, the prisoner swivels to face you, his expression breaking into an easy grin. Hey there. What's got you wandering into our little slice of hell? Can say come to speak with your leader, or just looking around, or I should go, or the finance is 10. Hey, did you know Greg at the gates is talking about you? Finance is 10. Why would finances give us that? Did you know Greg was talking about you? His brow furrows. Greg? He never talks like that. Well, apparently you're the exception. He's claiming you cheated him in gambling, says you owe him 20 credits. Beethoven shakes his head, clearly baffled. What? I don't even gamble. What is he on about? Agitation ripples through him, causing his hands to tremble visibly. You know what? I need to get some air. Maybe meditate on this. I just can't handle it right now. You watch as Beethoven, fueled by frustration, storms off out of the camp. Right. Datapad. I remember. Times before being caged. On show. Swordfish Ed and Octopus Fingers. Good times. We'd talk into the night. Philosophy, real deep. Like, how many stars does it take to light up a black hole? Swordfish said you can't light up what's meant to devour light. But then old Fingers would argue that stars ain't just light. They're souls, burning bright. Because they refuse to fade out. Made me think, you know. Like real mind-bending stuff that gets under the skin. Then we'd go, wow. Then they'd go off to the whorehouse. Alright. Grab what's in here. Another data pad. What do we got there? Stumbled on a data pad penned by some blowhard named Bartolome. Who cares? Tried to give it a read, wanted to gouge my eyes out by the third page. Absolute drivel. I wouldn't wipe with his writing, even if it was even if I was desperate. Wow. Okay, we've seen all of these already. This datapad holds a manuscript entitled Elysian Echoes, a Grand Odyssey Through the Sands of Nabi, penned by Bartolome Arzu de Velasco y Orsua. The prose is elaborate and flowery, meandering through lengthy descriptions and poetic reflections that aim to capture the daunting yet majestic essence of Nabi's harsh landscapes. It's evident that Bartolome's passion for dramatizing his experiences lends a romantic, albeit overly verbose, quality to the narrative. As you pick up the datapad and begin scanning the contents, TX930 chimes in, "Interesting find. This appears to be a manuscript by Bartolome. Complete dreck, to be honest, but no doubt he'd be grateful to have it back in his possession." Yep, he asked us to find it. So now we got Eskimo Wizard and Clever Hans and Otis left over here. Oh, what is this poster? Multivitamin. Alright, let's walk up. You notice 3 figures standing authoritatively at the back of the encampment, clearly distinct from the rest. The central figure, Otis Drinkwater, observes you coolly as you approach. Well, if it isn't the Offworlder, strutting into an encampment of hardened criminals without a care in the world, he remarks with a sardonic tilt of his head. "We can start combat, I don't care, time to die." Or we can say, "And you're Otis Drinkwater, leader of the Sunsguard, I presume?" "That I am. Impressive, isn't it?" He responds dryly. "We make do with what we've got, and right now, we've got a whole lot of nothing." At his side, a man chuckles darkly, drawing your attention briefly. Otis gestures to his companions. "Meet Mr. Eskimo Wizard and Clever Hans. Not their real names, of course, not even nicknames, but war names. I made everyone here choose one after our unplanned arrival. Clever Hans here was a bureaucrat for Star Frontier before he tried stealing from them. And Mr. Eskimo Wizard," his tone softened slightly, "once a murderer, now fully committed to our cause of survival on this forsaken planet." Otis's eyes narrow slightly, his voice taking on a sharper edge. "But enough about us. I'll say it again. It was bold of you to march straight into our stronghold after killing 4 of my men." And say, how did you know? Or sure, I killed them. Send more guys next time. I mean, they had said that he had set this up, so obviously he was monitoring this stuff. Yeah, send more guys next time. Otis's gaze sharpens. "I had a hunch after they missed their 3rd and 4th radio checks. You see, we maintain strict communication protocols here. It's a bit of order in our chaos. And let's just say, I strongly suspected it was the Offworlder adopted by Sirico who took them out. You can say they left me no choice, or you ambushed me, remember? Too bad if you can't take a joke. Or Offworlder adopted by Sirico. You seem to know a lot about me. They left me no choice. Understandable. It was an ambush. Kill or be killed. Otis responds with a nod of recognition. I harbor no ill will towards you. Worms, Dink, and Scooter, their loss will be mourned. He only named 3 of them. Mr. Eskimo Wizard interjects with a gruff cough. And our emissary. Otis waves his hand. Yes, our esteemed messenger as well. I suppose he gave his last full measure of devotion. Otis's frown deepens. But I do have a question for you. How did you manage to find the coordinates to our encampment? Can only assume you tortured and interrogated one of my ambushers before they died. That seems the likely scenario. Can say you're wrong, found the coordinates on your emissary's datapad. Or maybe, or we can lie, one of your guys squealed, told me everything I needed to know. Yeah, I found the coordinates on your emissary's datapad. Otis exhales sharply and glances back at his lieutenants with a tired chuckle. Oh, that figures. Operational security is a foreign concept to some around here. He shakes his head. But that's enough of that topic. Let's move on to something else, shall we? Trisha's taken over. How's our workaholic doing this weekend? Already shaking? Wow. Be nice to Trisha. Otis exhales sharply. Okay. Let's move on to something else, shall we? Otis shifts his weight slightly, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Word around is that you were once a prisoner yourself. Any truth to that? Word spreads quickly. Or I'm not telling you anything, or the Perception 15. You have someone inside Outpost Sirico, don't you? Yeah, we're going to answer with that. Always being nice, Lang? Just in a Tricady way. If by Tricady way you mean not nice, then sure. Otis gives a small nod, a flash of recognition, and caution passing through his eyes. Perhaps. Or maybe it's as simple as one fisherman recognizing another from across the waters. His tone shifts slightly as he returns to his earlier inquiry. Were you, or were you not, once a prisoner? Say that's right, I was a revolutionary, or wrongly accused, got snagged in one of their sweeps just outside the sector, or I'm not telling you anything. That's fine. Yeah, we were a revolutionary. Otis chuckles, a knowing smirk appearing as he leans in slightly. And it seems we're cut from the same cloth, he muses. Perhaps you're more one of us than you are with those at Sirico. Don't kid yourself, I'm nothing like you. Or maybe there's some truth to that. Don't kid yourself. Otis's expression tightens, a flicker of irritation passing over his features. Well, that's a pity. Misplaced loyalty can be a dangerous thing. He pauses, then gestures broadly. But let's move on. Way we see it, there's two options here for us. Before we dive into your options, let me ask you something first. Showing interest in Trisha's well-being by asking how she's doing, you can at least acknowledge that. You asked in a particularly uncouth fashion. Majority of this planet won't do that. True. Otis raises an eyebrow, a murderous grin flashing briefly across his face as he glances at Clever Hans. Oh? Shoot then. Have you heard the transmission from Star Frontier? Otis exchanges a quick glance with Mr. Eskimo Wizard and Clever Hans, then leans forward, his expression sharpening with interest. What transmission? Star Frontier, they're coming back. Or, guess you weren't on the call list. Star Frontier, they're coming back to Null Sector. We don't need to poke at him. Just say Star Frontier, they're coming back. Otis cuts in sharply, his tone laced with bitter cynicism. Of course they're coming back. They couldn't abandon a sector this rich indefinitely, not with all the resources they sunk into it. You didn't let me finish. They're coming back to Null Sector, but they plan to cleanse it first. Their strategy is to eradicate all life before they put boots on the ground again. Every planet in the sector is targeted. No human or animal will be spared. Need a new beer? No worries. Clever Hans scoffs. BS, they wouldn't. Hans, you were with Star Frontier. Ever hear of a General Benjamin Alonzo? Or you really aren't so clever, are you, Hans? Ever hear of General Benjamin Alonzo? Yeah, we can poke at him. You really aren't so clever. Clever Hans's face drains of color. I have. Of course. General Alonzo. He's the director of Star Frontier's expansion in the sector. TX-930, replay the encrypted transmission from General Benjamin Alonzo. Processing request. TX-930 then broadcasts the chilling proclamation from General Alonzo, detailing the imminent purge of all life in Null Sector. As the recording ends, a heavy silence settles over the group, punctuated by the desolate desert wind. Mr. Eskimo Wizard finally scoffs, his voice tinged with a mix of defiance and resignation. Might as well go down fighting, take Sirico, and party like it's the end times. Through it all, Otis Drinkwater remains silent, his expression unreadable. Otis finally shifts, his gaze hardening as he addresses the immediate concerns. This complicates our situation. Yet we still face the immediate challenge of Outpost Sirico. If we don't resolve that, we won't survive long enough to counter this impending genocide promised by Alonzo. Otis levels a steady gaze at you. Here's how it stands. You can join us, align with our cause, sit down to break bread, and we strategize together on taking Outpost Sirico. That's one option. Or you can side with Sirico and leave us no choice but to leave your bones in the desert. Here is a reminder. You can say you're a gang of thieves, predators, and murderers. Came here to kill you all. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Or, I've got my own past. Maybe there's a way I could be persuaded to join your cause. Or, there's a third option. There is a third option. Otis raises an eyebrow intrigued. Oh, and what might that be? Broker peace with Outpost Sirico. Forge an arrangement. He laughs, a hint of disbelief in his tone. And why would I consider that? I've already secured Maku and Sho. I'm close to uncovering where this secret weapon is being assembled. If we strike first, we have a small chance at disrupting the General's plans. Otis shakes his head, skepticism lining his features. That's admirable, but even if we sabotage their plans, Star Frontier won't just retreat. They'll return, and in greater numbers. Clever Hans turns to Otis, determination etched across his face. But that's a battle for another day. Right now, if this isn't BS, then we're standing at death's door. If we choose to fight, it might just give us a chance to hold our ground, to survive this. Otis takes a moment to process the words of his lieutenant, before finally fixing his gaze back on you. So what exactly are you proposing? I've recently helped Outpost Sirico get back on their feet. They have extra water and power now. What if I arrange for them to make weekly supply drops at a neutral location? It would keep your people provided for without direct contact. Clever Hans nods, seeing the practicality. It would ease our immediate burdens, but Mr. Eskimo Wizard remains skeptical, snorting derisively. Trust them, not a chance. They'd leave us hanging the moment it suited them. Oh, wow. Otis weighs the proposal, his expression thoughtful but ultimately dismissive. Tempting, but risky. Relying on their goodwill puts us at their mercy. Miss one drop, and we could be starving or worse, forced into a desperate attack. With Persuasion 20, we could say consider the bigger picture. Star Frontier is the true enemy here, and this threat is existential for all of us. I believe I can ensure Sirico honors this agreement. Amano Mai knows that uniting our strengths is the only way to stand against what's coming. With Intimidation 25, think about it. If I don't wipe you all out, I'll take you and a few of your top men down with me. Nobody wins, especially not you, because you're my first target. Based on the target numbers for conversations, I think I was intended to come here first. And actually, yeah, Halt the Cleansing says Nabi and Zhou. It's just we came across Zhou first. So we landed there first. No biggie, though. Think about it. Even if I don't wipe you all out, I'll take you and a few of your top men down with me. Nobody wins, especially not you, because you're my first target. With Larceny 25, if you collaborate with Sirocco, you increase your chances of getting off this forsaken planet. Imagine the opportunities for exploitation in this sector after we send Star Frontier packing a second time. You'd be at the forefront of a lucrative venture. Or then it seems we're at an impasse. Let's go with the Persuasion. Consider the bigger picture. Otis considers your words, his expression thoughtful as he weighs the gravity of the situation. Finally, he nods slowly, a decision firming in his eyes. If you can truly secure Sirico's cooperation on reliable terms, it might just give us the edge we need against Star Frontier's return. Alright, I'm willing to entertain this alliance, but remember, it's on your head to make sure Sirico keeps their end of the bargain. I'll discuss this with Amano. You'll hear from me soon. It probably would have been better to secure them as a security force for the scientists in exchange for being provided those goods. I'll discuss this with Amano. Otis nods firmly, his gaze locking with yours. Broker this peace, and you'll have our help against Star Frontier. But tread carefully. Double-cross us, and it won't just be the Frontier you need to worry about. I'm letting you walk out of here in one piece after seeing everything. That's a gesture of trust. Don't make me regret it. Okay. Don't think we have anything else to do in here. Oh, let's check the map. Yeah, there was nothing else. And we gotta return the manuscript. Oh, you return to the outpost after a grueling trek through the desert. As you approach, Bruno Brown notices your arrival and quickly moves to intercept you. You're back, he says with a mix of relief and urgency. Did you locate the encampment? Yeah, I found them. Oh, is he the mole? Bruno lowers his weapon and nods, gesturing excitedly towards the heart of the outpost. All right, Amano Mai will want to hear everything you've got to say. There is a mole in here, but who is it? Let's return that manuscript first. Where was he? Was he in here? Yes. I discovered a datapad with your writings in the Sunsguard encampment. Bartolome clasps his hands together, his eyes alight with excitement. Incredible. They must have seized it during the ambush. I imagine them utterly captivated by my prose, much like primitives beholding fire for the first time. My writings spark enlightenment and ambition. Perhaps they were on the cusp of transcending their brutish ways through my enlightened words. I can say I should go now, or recruit. Would you like to join our cause? Bartolome's eyes sparkle with enthusiasm. Yes, absolutely. Now that my precious works are reclaimed, I'm fully ready and eager to join your noble pursuit. Meet us at our starship. We'll be leaving soon. He nods, his expression a mix of relief and anticipation. I shall be there, without fail. It will be quite the escape from this forsaken dust pit. But I must remember my own words, for Nabi does hold a certain stark beauty that I have so fervently celebrated in my chronicles. I should go now. Bartolome offers a flourish of his hand. Okay, we saw that already. Okay, we got another support person recruited. Alright. Make a deal. Speak with Amano. Oh, is Lucas maybe the mole? He wasn't really willing to talk, though. Monomai turns as you approach, his expression one of both relief and concern. Good, you're back. You were off the grid for a while there. Tell me, did you find the encampment? Have you made contact with the Sunsguard? I made contact, and I believe I've brokered a viable peace arrangement. Amano responds with astonishment. You did what? Thought the plan was to neutralize the Sunsguard threat. No one explicitly said anything about eliminating them, or we need their strength. No one... No one explicitly said anything about eliminating them. I assumed it was understood. What terms have you agreed upon with those savages? Outpost Sirico will share some of its surplus resources with them. Food, water, power. We've got more than enough now that I've helped boost your capabilities. Amano frowns deeply. It's not your place to make such decisions. And what? We're just supposed to expose ourselves to potential betrayal? Here's the plan. We'll drop the supplies at a designated location. Once deposited, we inform them of the coordinates for pickup. No direct contact between our peoples. Amano rubs his chin, pondering the proposal. This is risky. Say it's necessary. With Star Frontier on the horizon, we need every ally available. Or if the Sunsguard try anything, I'll be the first to retaliate. It's necessary. We need every ally. Mono locks eyes with you, measuring your conviction, then nods reluctantly. Very well. Communicate our terms, but make it clear. If they cross us, we revert to hostilities. Return to Otis. I'm still concerned about the fact that there's a mole in here somewhere. Unless it was that bounty that we took out. Might be him. Probably not him. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, back out we go. Glad these don't take too long to load and that they have the fast travel. It's easy to move back and forth. Right. Let's save, because it's been a little bit. Mr. Eskimo Wizard nudges Otis Drinkwater, pointing in your direction as you approach. Otis welcomes you with a gesture of open arms. Ah, the diplomat returns. Tell me, has Amano Mai agreed to peace terms? Yes, Outpost Sirico will make weekly supply drops at a neutral location, and you'll retrieve them after receiving the coordinates. Otis nods, a satisfied yet stern look settling over his features as he confirms the truce. Good. That seals our agreement. We'll respect the truce as long as the supplies continue. His expression then shifts, becoming more intense as he turns to focus to a larger threat. Now, on to Star Frontier. How do we fit into your strategy to counter them? I'm still working out the details. Stand by. After you assure him of future plans, Otis crosses his arms, strategic glint in his eye. Understood. Remember, you have our support when the time comes. We await your signal. Excellent. More war score. Can we maybe get the mole information out of him? As you draw near, Otis Drinkwater shifts his gaze towards you, narrowing his eyes slightly in the bright desert sun. How did you become a prisoner of Star Frontier? Otis sighs, a flicker of past frustrations crossing his features as he leans back against the makeshift wall of his command tent. I was a corporate compliance officer for Star Frontier, involved deeply in the legal and strategic frameworks that govern their interstellar operations. It was all about ensuring that our corporate actions were in line with colonial laws. He pauses, his eyes narrowing as he recalls darker times. During a routine audit of strategic operations files, I discovered plans, sensitive, high-level strategies for the sector that were not supposed to be seen by someone at my clearance level. It was entirely accidental. He shifts, the weight of his past evident in his posture. Star Frontier doesn't take kindly to potential leaks. They accused me of espionage, fabricated evidence of treason against the corporation, and in an instant I was transformed into a high-risk prisoner, slated for isolation in Hell's Gate. His voice hardens, reflecting the iron will that his current role requires. But fate intervened. That transport crashed, and here I am. Turns out that dealing with compliance and strategic oversight was also the perfect preparation for leading lawless criminals looking for purpose. So they follow you because you provide order. Otis gives a wry smile, his voice tinged with resolve. They follow me because I turn their chaos into a strategy. I give their rage a direction and their despair a purpose. What kind of war name is Otis Drinkwater? It's my birth name, Otis replies with a hint of pride. Everyone else, save for Greg, had to choose a war name when they joined. But I was born Otis Drinkwater, and I'll die Otis Drinkwater. He chuckles lightly, the sound carrying a trace of irony. Ironic, isn't it? A man named Drinkwater, stuck out here in the desert. Maybe that's a war name enough for anyone, given the circumstances. I should go. Otis nods and continues with his work. Alright. Well, I feel a lot better about sparing him, based on what his crime was. You approach Clever Hans. He looks up from his task, his gaze indifferent, as you stop before him. Your war name is Clever Hans? Clever Hans responds, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Correct. A bit of irony, perhaps. I thought I could outsmart Star Frontier, become an exceptional thief. Turns out, I wasn't so clever after all. Tell me about your heist. Clever Hans leans back, a rueful grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Failed heist, he corrects with a chuckle, if one could even call it that. He shifts uncomfortably, glancing around before continuing. I was a bureaucrat for Star Frontier. Nothing glamorous, but it paid the bills, if just barely. I concocted a plan to skim off the top of the interstellar trade shipments. It was all there. The averages, the mislabeled cargo manifests, the delayed shipments chalked up to system errors. I manipulated data, created phantom deliveries, rerouted supplies to fictitious outposts. His smile fades as he delves into the details. Took them less than a week to unravel everything. Wow. Star Frontier employs the sharpest and hungriest of bloodhounds, after all. They audited the ledgers, traced every anomaly straight back to me. It was a Tuesday for them. Every intricate plan I had shattered in an instant. With Star Frontier, dismissal comes with dire consequences. They turned me from a corporate bureaucrat into a showcase prisoner. And then the crash happened. Tough break? Or feel like getting back at Star Frontier? Or so just a bit of fraud, huh? I thought you tried some real stealing. Or with Finance 20, they must have used cross-referencing transaction analysis, right? Matching known patterns against your alterations to spot discrepancies. Now note, that's only a finance of 20. We have a finance of 100. But that means that he probably has a finance of less than 20 and tried to pull off a financial crime. Clever Hans raises an eyebrow, impressed. Precisely that. You're familiar with financial forensics? They applied an algorithmic approach to my records. No human could have matched the speed or accuracy. It was both awe-inspiring and terrifying how quickly they dismantled my plans. Harsh lesson. Clever Hans gives a half smile, tinged with a hint of resignation. Harsh lesson indeed. And one learned. But let's leave the past where it belongs. His gaze shifts away, signaling an end to the conversation. I've got duties to attend now. Take care out here. Let's talk to Mr. Eskimo Wizard. Mr. Eskimo Wizard turns as you approach, his eyes cold and murderous. Mr. Eskimo Wizard, huh? Mr. Eskimo Wizard's gaze hardens as you inquire about his peculiar war name. With a slight sneer, he responds, I do magic tricks. What kind of tricks? He smirks. I put people in freezers. Makes sense? Or freezer, you mean the morgue? Or with Intimidation 20. I know that trick too. Yeah, I know that trick too. Mr. Eskimo Wizard sizes you up, his icy facade unbroken as he measures the weight of your words. After a tense pause, a smirk briefly flickers across his face. Cool. He concedes with respect before turning away. Okay. Hey, that got us a little bit of XP too. Let's see if we can get him to stop doing what he's doing. No, we cannot. I guess we should have grabbed that notebook from him. Okay, I guess we just leave the encampment. Kind of want to deal with this guy. Okay. Same deal there. As you step outside the outpost, your radio crackles to life with an incoming transmission. You answer, and Amano's voice filters through. How did it go? Have the Sunsguard accepted the terms? They have. You'll need to make the first delivery in 5 days. Amano responds, very well. Now let's discuss your ship. Star Frontier operates a significant power facility on this planet. That's what brought your ship down. When you return to the outpost, speak with Max Thorpe. He's our lead technician and knows a great deal about the Star Frontier facility, responsible for downing your ship. I know it won't get your ship operational again. We'll need to think of something there after you secure the facility. Where can I find Max Thorpe? He's usually in Building 1, handling our technical operations. He'll have the specifics you need to approach the facility effectively. Amano's tone softens, a note of genuine gratitude filtering through the speaker. Before signing off, I want to thank you for handling the Sunsguard situation. It truly means everything to us here. Ooh. We got 3 achievements there. Radio falls silent. Moments later, TX930 chimes in, his voice steady and optimistic. Let's find this Max Thorpe. We're making excellent progress. Alright, what did we get? We got Desert Diplomacy. You have recruited both the Sunsguard and the stranded technicians on Navi to your cause. You got the technicians, recruited the technicians, and the Sunsguard. You have recruited the Sunsguard. Nice. Okay, so we've got both, let's see here. Oh, and then Pack Rat was the stranded containers. Yeah, we got diplomatic leverage for getting both of the factions on show. Yeah, so we just got to keep going at this. We'll get them. Okay, I believe we have to come back to here. I think it's in here. Yeah. Nope, that's Freddy. It's not that one. Max Thorpe. I wish these buildings... Oh, okay. They are numbered. Haha, building 1 right there. Alright, Max Thorpe. Monomai mentioned you might know a thing or two about the Star Frontier power facility. Said I should speak with you. Max Thorpe glances up from his work, a hint of interest in his eyes. Amano sent you. Alright, what do you need to know? Let's start with the location. Max thinks for a moment. It's about 100 kilometers east. Coordinates are 29.9784 degrees north, 31.1342 degrees east. You really can't miss it. What else can you tell me? Max Thorpe pauses, then elaborates in a hushed tone. The facility is officially designated as the SF-7 Power Relay Station. It's part of a network that boosts energy to Star Frontier transports and cruisers, giving them an accelerated push to nearby jump gates. The process involves high-capacity energy transfers and intricate pulse modulation, key for long-range space operations. How do you know so much about it? Or you seem to know an awful lot about this facility. How do you know so much? I was trained as a power systems engineer, specializing in high-capacity energy transfers and pulse modulation technologies. I served as the designated backup technician for the facility in case of emergencies or if something happened to their regular staff. Strength of the garrison, or how many guys do they have guarding the facility? Strength of the garrison. Max shrugs. From what I've heard, they started with a platoon-sized force, about 40 soldiers focused on security, but with Star Frontier pulling back, their numbers likely have dwindled. Defections, morale issues, you know how it goes. There's a good chance they're operating under strength now. How would I get into the facility? Max Thorpe pauses, reflecting. East Gate is your best bet. They typically left it open for patrols. Considering their overconfidence, even with being understaffed, I wouldn't be surprised if that's still the case. And if I were to destroy the facility, how would I go about that? Max's expression tightens. Taking over would make more sense than just shutting it down. If you managed to overpower the guards, you could use the facility's command center to gain operational control. Just make sure you're prepared. It won't be easy. Thanks for the help. That's everything I need. Max Thorpe nods. Good luck. Give him hell. Okay. Back to Amano. Will we please bring up with Amano the fact that there's probably a mole in their operations here? As you approach, Amano looks up. How did it go? Max Thorpe offered some insight. He mentioned the east entrance is often left open for patrols. Amano nods, intrigued. Interesting. What's your plan once you're inside? TX-930 interjects, its voice clear and methodical. To secure control of the facility, I'll deploy a bypass routine directly into the transmission dish's base terminal. Once we've installed the bypass, you'll be able to control the dish remotely from the command center. Amano considers this for a moment. It could work, but reaching the transmitter tower will be a major battle. And say we have no other choice, or who wants to live forever? We have no other choice. Amano hesitates, then offers, you'll need a diversion. I can't believe I'm suggesting this. We're not soldiers, but we could mount a minor assault on the opposite side of the facility to draw their forces away from you. What about the Sunsguard? We could use their help as well. Amano ponders the suggestion. It's possible. I'll reach out to Otis and lay out our plan. He then chuckles, shaking his head. Working alongside the Sunsguard. Imagine that. Just days ago, I would have scoffed at the very idea. Let me know when you're ready to move. I'm ready now. Alright, proceed to the facility. I'll rally my team, arm them with the few weapons we have, and initiate the attack. Thank you, Amano, or don't get killed. Don't get killed, please. Amano smiles wryly. That's the plan. Good luck to us both. We're certainly going to need it. Alright, location unlocked. Microwave transmission facility. Let's look at level ups. We've got 10 points sitting available, and we have perk points available. Less melee damage against us. Chance to have the next attack graze. Let's have a chance for the next attack to graze. And you have... yeah, we can go ahead and cap out your knife skill. And put 10 more into luck. There we go. So next level, we can have Stringfellow start working on another weapon. Not sure what. We'll figure it out, though. I guess we could have him start working on another skill, too. Maybe also have him start working on perception? Yeah, probably. Yeah. Okay. You pull up on intimidation. We can take the cube off. Oh, what is this? Oh, that's Bartolome's data pad. So what would we have you use instead? Larceny, which you are not skilled in. Computers, which you're not skilled in. More health. Less health. More action points. More hit chance. More crit chance. Critical damage. Is this the one? Every fourth attack against is evaded. Let's give you more hit chance. And then use this to finish that out. We have 1 point to spare. Perfect. Alright. So So she doesn't need a skill item anymore, and we can get rid of all of the intimidation skill items. Perks-wise... Scaling aggression? Yeah, let's get you scaling aggression, why not? And then the robot, I don't think has leveled up yet. I guess it has. Oh yeah, 22. So... do that, bring those all to 70, leave those extra 5 to place where we need them. Awesome. There is the facility, maximum danger level. After several hours of trekking, you arrive at the power facility. As expected, the east gate is left open for patrols to enter and exit. TX-930's voice cuts through. Typical Star Frontier hubris. Just then, your radio crackles to life. North Task Force reporting. We're ready when you are. Start your attack. Acknowledged, comes the swift reply. TX-930 advises. We should move quickly while we have the initiative. We should. Hey, let's take a look through here. There's a chest. Whole bunch of chests over there. Nothing really down on this side. One more there. One more there. Stack of them there. Something to interact with back here. So that's the goal, probably. Oh, and there's some soldiers here. As you approach the east entrance, you spot 2 soldiers on patrol up ahead. On cue, explosions thunder from the north, causing them to whirl around in surprise. Holy... one of them exclaims. The second soldier quickly grabs his radio, listening intently for a moment, then turns to his companion. Hammer 4 reports heavy engagement at the north gate. Stupid. Alright. We'll hold here, and he cuts off as he spots you. Contact. Both soldiers instantly ready their weapons. Oh, immediately into a fight. Let's see here. We want our extra action point. How far are we from our target? Eight. 9. I forgot the... I can't look at my rifle. Why can I not look at my rifle when I'm in combat? Yeah, it would be really nice to be able to at least see a basic... like, I can understand them not wanting us to go into our character sheet so we can't change things in our inventory. But I at least would like to see my combat loadout. Or the details of my weapon, because I can't remember the ideal range. Pretty sure I gotta move forward, though. Okay, 57 seems about right. We want... Armor Wrecker. And we want aimed shot. We want charge blast. Oh, I see what's happening. We can only have one of these things active at a time. That's what's happening. They're overriding each other. I just noticed that. Okay. Well, let's shoot this guy. Hey, we actually got a full hit on him. And let's get ourselves 20 armor here. Oh, he's so close. Good, only a graze. Ah, evaded. Yeah, I got him. Good job. Oof. Ran right up and took a hit. Take the extra hit chance. And fire. Good hit. We'll call off the rest. Nice. We're actually landing hits. Ah, except for you. Oof. Yeah. Melee guy crits for 400. Trisha almost killed Diablo yet. Last I had seen, she was slowed down a little bit because of fire immune enemies, but making pretty good progress. There's a uncommon annihilator, some uncommon medium plating. And an uncommon E14. Is that plating better than what we're using? Also, let me check the distance on my weapon again. 6 to 7. Okay. Not 7 to 8. I was thinking it was 7 to 8. That's minus 35 compared to what we're doing. Minus 25. Minus 25, and he can't use it. Alright. Not going to play D2 now. You're probably too drunk and just die. Start a new character. Just go super reckless. Alright, some level 15 Star Frontier soldiers. Unfortunately for them, we're level 22. You approach a group of soldiers, frantically bolstering their defenses. Over the radio, the command crackles through. Hammer 6, we need you to execute a delaying action. How copy? Soldier with the radio shakes his head. Hammer 6 actual. A delaying action? The response is immediate. Affirmative, Hammer 6. Keep the enemy busy long enough for us to reinforce our inner positions. Maintain contact and buy us some time. Hammer 6 actual, roger that. He exhales deeply, then turns to address his unit. Listen up, we need to delay the attackers here as long as possible. We don't know their numbers, so hold the line. Focus on controlled fallback and keep those guys engaged. Start combat. Whistle. The soldier abruptly turn. They're already here, one yells. The others swiftly ready their weapons, bracing for combat. Okay, yeah, so 62 against that guy, 47, 47. So, if I do this, it still says 62. It has the 100% hit there. Give ourselves the extra action point, and we should be able to attack twice. Nice. Hey, rude! They both crit the bot. Starting over just takes time. But think about it. If you start on a different class, you're going to start finding set items and uniques for the class that you're playing as your main. Hard to die early game? Yeah. Alright. Want to move up some. Yeah, 62 to hit. Let's get rid of his armor. And fire. Only grazed. That's unfortunate. Good. Take him down. 200 damage a hit with that blade. Disgusting. You found 4 set items and 1 unique so far on your main. Don't think you'll find any soon. The new character. Maybe end Act 1. Yeah, fair. As you approach one of the wounded soldiers, who is scrambling for his weapon, but halts as you draw nearer. His breath comes in heavy gasps through his helmet. Beside him, his radio crackles with various voices. After a brief pause, TX-930's voice cuts through the static, deliberate and calm, analyzing radio traffic. There's a slight pause as the analysis completes. It appears this soldier has the capability to call in airstrikes. Currently, there are 2 Star Frontier fighters on station, awaiting orders. We could use those, or what are you thinking? Or so. Let's hear what they're thinking. Found a claymore, maybe you'll start a new barb with that unique weapon. Yeah, there you go. Hard to mess up a barb in the early game. TX-930 responds after a brief analysis. Fire mission targeted on grid 3419 could effectively neutralize a significant number of the enemy soldiers positioned there. Hearing this, the wounded soldier shakes his head vigorously, defiance in his tone. You're insane if you think I'm going to call an airstrike on my own people. With Precision 20, can say, your officer ordered you to stay behind and slow us down. What did he call that again? Or with Computers 20, I don't need you. I'll hijack the comms and trigger a broken arrow. Make your people believe this site's being overrun. They'll level it before letting it fall into enemy hands. Or with Piloting 20, we don't need you for this. I'll call it in as a broken arrow. Make Star Frontier think the facility is being overrun. They'll throw everything they have. TX-930, do you have transmission codes? Or we're wasting our time here. Let's move. Let's turn him to our side. Your officer ordered that you stay behind and slow us down. What did he call that again? The soldier shakes his head, bitterness lacing his voice. A delay action. A delay action, that's right. More like a euphemism for sacrifice. Well, congratulations. You've succeeded. Your buddies are all dead, and you're down for the count. Soldier looks away, his voice strained. They needed time to set up defenses. Right, trading your lives for time. How does that sit with you? Knowing your deaths are for nothing more than protecting a corporate asset. Soldier considers this for a long moment, before finally shaking his head, disgust mingling with resignation. Damn Star Frontier. Call the airstrike. Grid 3419. He looks up at you, caught between defiance and resignation. The words falter, lost in the weight of the moment. With a weary sigh, he taps his comms and patches into the command net. Command, this is Hammer 6. Need immediate close air support. Grid 3419. Killbox 2 Bravo. Danger close. Authentication Alpha 3. A terse reply crackles back. Hammer 6, this is Viper 3-1. On station. Confirm visual on target and mark for strike. Soldier meets your gaze one last time, then clears his throat and confirms. Affirmative, Command. Targets are hostile. Visual confirmation confirmed. No mark. Danger close is authorized. Radio response. Viper 3-1, copy all. I have eyes on Killbox 2 Bravo. Inbound hot. Danger close. Standing by. Confirm final go. Do it. Kind of only character that can wield it, you guess? Yeah. The soldier hesitates, then swallows. Confirm. 3-1. Engage at will. Moments later, the ground shakes violently as the starfighter screams overhead, unleashing devastation upon the facility. Explosions echo through the area, their blasts reverberating with deadly force as the ship veers immediately upward and retreats back into the orbit. Radio crackles once more. Viper 3-1 to Hammer 6, strike complete. BDA indicates heavy enemy losses. Egressing to Rally Point November, standing by for further tasking. The soldier shakes his head, his voice trembling. 3-1, good effect on target. No further tasking. Hammer 6 out. Can say sorry there were no other options, or and that's that, or wow, space invaders, we fried them. I'm sorry, there were no other options. Soldier's breath hitches with a cough, his voice crackling slightly through the helmet's comms. Oh, wow. TX-930's voice cuts through with urgency. We need to move with haste. The wounded soldier looks up at you, limbs trembling, his fate in your hands. Can kill the soldier, say so long, or with Bio 20, I'll stabilize you enough so that you'll survive. Yeah, let's stabilize him. Soldier hesitates, but finally nods as you finish patching him up. Thank you. His voice carries a mix of bitterness and reluctant gratitude. Let's go. TX-930's voice is crisp. Proceed east. The opposition there should be limited now, but remain vigilant. Uncommon Vibro Sword. Standard issue 1. Dueler. Ooh, another melee resonator. It's only a +6 one. Uncommon Annihilator. I wonder if there's a better way to deal with that. I didn't necessarily need to call down this strike, and I bet it destroyed some of the loot that was over here. No, it didn't. Unless it's preventing us from getting to this over here. I could see that. Let's go over here. This. Ooh, some overclock. Nice. Gene flux. Smoke is probably going to make it real difficult to see in here. Oh, can we get up there somehow? We must be able to. So you descend the ramp, you encounter a horrific sight. Group of soldiers strewn across the ground, their bodies engulfed in flames. The aftermath of the airstrike is grim. Their armor crackles under the intense heat, indicating the bodies inside have been incinerated. The air is thick with the acrid smell of burning metal and charred flesh. Stringfellow takes in the scorched scene, grim satisfaction in his voice. Hell of a strike, boss. Turned Star Frontier's own close air support against him. Poetic justice for those bastards. TX-930's voice interrupts with urgency. We need to advance deeper into the facility to access the main power transmitter. It's a critical asset situated in the central sector. Our first step is to execute a control bypass on the interface terminal. That'll give us exclusive administrative access and prevent any external access attempts. A normal annihilator and some gene flux. Uncommon medium plate and a data pad. Uncommon annihilator. A rare annihilator. And some steel thread. Ooh. Let's look at that data pad before we go much further. Also that armor plating. Don't think that's better for any of us. Nope. Yeah, that +6 isn't better. I'm starting to believe they've forgotten us here. It's been a year stationed on Nabi with no sign of relief. Our situation grows dire by the day. Supplies dwindle and radio rations are stretched thin. What is Star Frontier doing? Morale is down and we're nearly combat ineffective. Too many have deserted, defecting to who knows where. Left with the skeleton crew, I can't shake the feeling we're sitting ducks, just waiting for the inevitable. What happens next? Star Frontier doesn't pull through soon? I don't know how we'll hold out. Our orders were to maintain this post at all costs, but at what cost to us? We might have been able to turn this guy. I'm gonna reload. Let's go here. When was the last save? right when we came in, we'll have to redo both those combats. I'm okay with that. If we can turn more people against Star Frontier, that's for the better. Also, now I know this. So these are 52 and 50, but if I go aimed shot, rally call, and go blam, evaded, huh? Okay, now that ability is gone. Oh, Armor Wrecker is for the combat duration. Alright, let's, do we want to... I don't want to take another shot at 50%. Let's go ahead and do this. And... this. 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 And we'll move up one. Nice crit. Oof. Armor wrecked it. Good job. $67. We move up one. $37. Is it because he's in the way? 5. 67. Oh, are we too close? Is that the issue? 67. Yeah, I think we're too close. $62. Okay. That must be it right there. Just grazed. Evade. Down he goes. 466 on that crit. Oof. Okay. Save that. So we'll come up on these guys. Won't airstrike the area, but see if we can talk him into joining us in some fashion. Rally call. Armor Wrecker. 57, 57. Alright. What's he got? 30 armor, 30. He has more health. Let's get that. Oh, nice hit. And we have another shot available. Let's go. Just grazed. No. Come on, you got him. Oof. You hit me. Rude. And he ran right up to our melee guy. That was a poor choice. Alright, let's finish that guy out. We'll go aimed shot. Oh, he evaded our aimed shot. Awesome. Down he goes. Good, only a graze. $52. We want to move up. 57. Yeah, I want 2 shots. Just a graze. Ah, there we go. 360. Got a crit. Okay. What are you thinking? Can we persuade and then tell him not to do it? I think I have to answer something different on the question before this. I don't remember what the options were along this line. Let's look. Okay, yeah, it's going to make them call it no matter what. I'm going to reload that. That's that. Heal him. Load. Combat again. You're 47, you're 47. We will rally call. And I think we'll move forward one to get a 52. Yeah, let's go. Oh, nice crit. I'm just a graze, but that's fine. Already took down one of their guys. Ooh, another crit. Another crit. It was crits. Ah, left him with 9 health. There's one down. And he evaded. But that means that these guys won't trigger his evade. And melee attack. Oh, evaded. He must just have good evasion. But we crit him for 479. That crit seems to get worse and worse every time. So TX930 responds after a brief analysis. A fire mission targeted on grid 3419 could neutralize. Let's say we're wasting our time. TX930's voice cuts through with clarity. Very well, proceed east, but be warned, we are heading into a hotbed activity. Expect heavy opposition and stay alert. Okay. And then we can still stabilize them. There's nothing I can do for you. Wow. Yeah, because we also don't want to damage the facility. Soldier hesitates, but nods as you finish patching him up. Thank you. Alright. We're wasting time. We must move. Okay. Yeah. Oh, slightly better. So it re-rolls that number. Interesting. An uncommon vibro sword and a rare carnivore rifle. I wonder if that's better than what we're using. Well, that looks like something I can interact with. Are we going to be able to poison something? We might be able to. Where's that rifle? Did I find a data pad? Oh no, that was later. That is not a better rifle. That really looks like something I can interact with. Oh, there it is. As you approach several large vents, TX930 analyzes the situation. These appear to be part of the facility's main ventilation system, linking up with the rest of the building. Introducing a biological or chemical agent here could potentially incapacitate everyone inside. Alright, we'll consider it. We'll have to see what kind of resistance there is inside in the first place. But in general, our combat is pretty straightforward. Alright. Now, hopefully, based on that data pad, I will be able to just talk my way out of this. Nope. Wow, rude. Shot me right off the bat. Need you to stream Darkest Dungeon sometime so you can see you suffer too? I mean, so I can learn from you? No. Track, you've been tracking today? Track what? Tracking beer. Okay, 42, 37, 57. Yeah, we'll go for this guy that's far away. What's his armor? 30. We'll put up Armor Wrecker and Rally Call. 1 shot and 2. There we go. Playing so boring, trying to talk his way out. Tracked a lot of beers. I'm good at that. Sorry, Vat, don't have rum. Aw. He deserves to be lasered. Wow! Rude. Okay, yeah, our melee guy took quick care of that one. We want to step over here. Yeah, 62 now on that one. Good shot. And melee. Oh, 530 damage crit. He's just getting more and more deadly. Why is the rum all gone? That's a good question. Pat drank it all and didn't dig up his reserve batch? Wow, rude of Pat. There's that data pad. Okay, so we weren't able to talk to these guys despite the fact that that guy especially did not want to be here. Okay. That's fine. I don't think we should have damaged the facility, so it's alright. We'll take some extra combats for it. Ballistic CPU, ranged weapon damage bonus +6. Ooh. Do we want that for her? I think the hit chance is better for right now. Don't look at me or any of my hiding places. Stop looking. Sure. Ooh, double tap. Rare carbine. Double tap is a high-performance carbine with illegal modifications, making it a prized asset. Action points +2 if health is 30% or lower. Strike 8 modification. Yeah, we probably won't end up using that. Preemptive Analyzer, a device that attaches to your combat gear, uses predictive algorithms to help you react quicker in combat situations. It's 6 initiative. Not bad. Okay, nothing special on that resource. Don't see anything over there that we need to loot. There are more soldiers up there. Alright, let's save. Check the map as well. Yeah, nothing Anything else to grab there? Oh, there is something up over here. Oh, we're just going to run right up past those guys. Awesome. And none of my... Okay. Everybody got pulled into the combat. Good. 57, 32, 37. So that soldier. Let's go. Rally call. And armor wrecker. And go. Oh, just grazed. Quit shooting her. Rude. Okay. 57. Should be fine. Got extra damage. Nice hit. Ah, only grazed. Paramount now owns Loader and Star Trek. Oh no. Oh no. The last Star Frontier soldier falls, the distant sound of combat echoes faintly. TX-930's voice breaks through the silence. The transmission dish is directly ahead. Proceed to the terminal. Imagine the crossovers. Oh no. But they're not supposed to interfere. Common Annihilator. Common Pistol. Rare Carnivore. Armor Pen Module. Okay. I can get behind that. Okay. An Uncommon Carbine. L15 modification. Critical damage plus 10% if narcotic status is in effect. Our robot is our carbine user right now, so... not useful. Let's look here. So one here. Yeah, bunches of stuff all over the place here. Although before we go for the transmission tower, I probably want to look in here. Let's see if we can get up here. Oops. TX-930 alerts you with precision. There's the transmission dish. You'll find a computer terminal positioned in front of it. Access this terminal and initiate the bypass sequence. What's the status of the North Assault? TX-930 scans the comms and reports. Limited engagements. Skirmishes are ongoing with caution. No casualties reported. Good. Oh, neat. We can see the outside of the facility a little bit. Let's go here. Yeah, Squid. They bought Warner Brothers, so a lot of other franchises too. Yeah. I mean, this is why they've made their recent decisions, is so they could have this merger. Why the merger's even allowed? It's stupid. You shouldn't allow a media company to be that big. Alright, there's all of that. There's the officer, and then I'm guessing that's our exit right there. All right. CBS and CNN, yep. You activate the computer terminal at the base of the transmission dish. TX930's voice comes through clearly, initiating data link with the terminal. After a tense wait, TX930 interfaces with the system and confirms. Bypass protocol successful. We can now control the transmission dish from the command center, overriding standard security protocols. Proceed there now. North attackers fall back. We're heading to the command center now. The radio crackles in response. You got it. Falling back now. Ooh, we hit 23. Okay, ooh, a rare vibro knife. Heavily reinforced for defensive stabs and counters in close quarters. Another bulwark. Some sleek. Alright. Let's check on that knife real quick. I don't think it's going to be better, but just in case. That rifle, yeah, that's a common. That's not better. Sword's definitely not better. Armor plating. Neither of those are going to be better. Alright. We should go ahead and do our level up, actually. $23. Look at that. Yeah, let's bring those up to 90. Engineering can be a bit behind. Our frontier officer. Just standing there, hanging out. Not doing a thing. As you enter the command center, you find an officer desperately shouting into the communication system. Hammer 6, respond. Hammer 6. Hammer 5, do you copy? Only static crackles back at him. Spotting you, his expression shifts to one of disdain. Knock, knock. He sneers. You're behind this attack? Do you grasp the magnitude of your actions? And say, I'm all ears? Or who cares? This facility is mine now. I'm all ears. Your folly will draw the full fury of Star Frontier. You won't last the year. When reinforcements arrive, and they will, this entire sector will be subdued. Star Frontier will spare no effort in making sure you're dead or rotting away in Hell's Gate. Seem you missed the crucial update. He scowls, perplexed. What are you talking about? General Benjamin Alonzo, your commander, has ordered the extermination of all life in this sector. Maku, Navi, Zhou, every inhabited planet will be cleansed to prepare for Star Frontier's return. It's only a matter of time. The officer's expression shifts to one of disbelief and dread. Operation Mongoose. I'd heard whispers, but nothing like this. His voice is tinged with disbelief and a growing sense of betrayal. And say, I got a collection of Alonzo's greatest hits right here. TX930, cue it up. TX930, play back the transmission. Yeah, play it back. TX930 complies, broadcasting the chilling message. The officer listens, intently, his face contorting with conflict as the broadcast ends. This must be falsified. Do you take me for a fool? And say, consider the ruthlessness of Star Frontier, you know the truth. Or yeah, sort of. Or, you're part of Star Frontier, you've seen firsthand what they're capable of. To them, those left behind are just numbers in a ledger. Expendable. Yeah. You've been part of Star Frontier. Hey, who are you calling these people with all ears? Vulcans? Oh, okay. Not my best joke, but certainly not my worst. True. He looks away, struggling with realization. Star Frontier still has skeleton crews on these planets. We're part of that, left to secure assets until reinforcements arrive. They wouldn't sacrifice us. And the covert operations were meant to shape the operational theater for their return. Why would they do all that if they planned to? Maybe General Alonso got impatient. Or maybe the people above him did. But make no mistake, he's coming. The officer shakes his head, clinging to some semblance of loyalty. But Alonso's a man of honor. He wouldn't... He works for Star Frontier. There's no honor in being a pawn for corporate interests. Or, I wouldn't trust General Alonso's so-called honor. He works for Star Frontier. The officer's expression hardens, a mix of resignation and resolve setting in. It's irrelevant now. We're all marked for death. I've ordered Viper 3-1 to execute a scorched earth operation on this facility. It's designed to withstand significant damage, so the facility will endure, but none of us will survive. We can't allow an asset like this to fall into insurgent hands. You're willing to die for Star Frontier? Most of my men are gone, thanks to you. If I'm dead as well, at least my family will be taken care of. My pension, hazard pay, all secured. It's a better end than facing termination or even imprisonment by Star Frontier for surrendering this facility. There are worse fates than death, you know. Say, kill the officer? Yeah, probably right. Or call off the airstrike and you walk out of here alive. Call off the airstrike. He shouts, didn't you listen? I can't let this facility fall into enemy hands. TX-930 speaks up. We may not require his cooperation to stop the airstrike. If we move quickly, we can use the facility to neutralize the gunship. The officer looks around, bewildered by the disembodied voice emanating from your equipment. And say, how? Or hear that? We don't need you? Or are you suggesting we overload the gunship the same way our ship was? Yeah, 3. TX-930 responds quickly. Correct. The terminal behind him. It can control the facility's power transmitter, but we need to act fast. The officer looks at you, his face a mask of desperation. You can't possibly... We're getting to that computer, one way or another. You don't have to die for this. Or kill the officer. Turns out I can, actually. Nah, you don't have to die for this. Pat, trying to kill everyone? Rude. No. His expression shifts, resignation washing over him as he sweats profusely. After a tense moment, he suddenly raises his pistol to his temple. Without another word, he pulls the trigger and ends himself. The sound echoes sharply in the room. Damn. Or, idiot, he could have shot the computer. Damn. TX-930 chimes in. No time to dwell. Access the computer immediately. Even Squid going for violence? Ooh, he had a lot of good stuff on him. Okay, a rare pistol, uncommon medium armor, and rare medium armor. He was doubled up on armor. Alright, and I have a feeling from the quick glance at that data pad that he knew what was happening here. Captain Danforth. Due to strategic reassessments within the Star Frontier operational command structure, your unit has been tasked with maintaining the security and functionality of the Nabi power facility until further notice. You are to hold and defend this position against any external threats or insurrections. This facility is critical to our operational capabilities in this sector and must remain under Star Frontier control. Orders. Establish perimeter defense. Utilize all available resources to fortify the facility. Implement surveillance and countermeasures against potential breaches. Maintain operational capacity. Ensure the power facility remains fully operational. Regular maintenance and checks are mandatory. Conduct routine patrols. Assign squads for continuous patrols around the facility perimeter. Use drone surveillance to extend visual coverage. Resource management. Ration supplies judiciously. Medical and ammunition supplies should be conserved for critical needs. Defection control. Monitor personnel for signs of defection or discontent. Immediate disciplinary actions are authorized for any insubordination. Communication protocols. Maintain communication lines with HQ. Submit weekly status reports and immediate notification of any significant events. Additional instructions. Your position is of the utmost importance. Reinforcements and relief are being organized and will be dispatched as operational logistics permit. Until then, you are to maintain control and functionality at all costs. End of order. Major Helena Briggs. Star Frontier Command, Null Sector Operations. If squids learned to use knives, we'd all be in danger. Who needs knives when you got a beak? Yep. Do squids have the same problem that an octopus has, in that their brain is actually a ring around their esophagus? I know an octopus is set up that way. I don't know if a squid is as well. Alright. We got all the loot off of that guy. Crossbreed with pistol shrimp and you're unstoppable. True. You activate the computer. Its system's humming to life. What's the plan? TX-930 responds promptly. Initiate a target lock on the gunship. Time is critical. Initiate scan. You swiftly engage the computer's radar to scan the airspace directly above the facility. A clear ping soon resonates, indicating a rapidly descending spacecraft is now within range. TX-930 confirms. Target acquired. That's the gunship approaching for its run. Quickly lock onto it. Lock target. You manipulate the controls, focusing on the small, fast-moving target. After a tense moment, the screen displays a successful lock, confirmed by a chime. TX-930 interjects. Target lock successful, initiating authority bypass to access the facility's transmission protocols. Outside, you hear the heavy mechanical whir of the large power transmitter as it pivots to align vertically. Once positioned, TX-930 cues. Authorization bypass complete. You are clear to engage. Fire transmitter. You don't know, but you feel like that seems like the sort of thing they'd likely share a common ancestor. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, at least on an octopus, their brain actually rings around their esophagus because of how they're shaped. It just has to be that way. And because of this, if they swallow something too large, they can cause themselves brain damage. And it happens somewhat frequently to octopi. Always chew your food. Well, that's the thing. Is like they've got a beak too, and they just go in and they take a chunk, and if they take too large of a bite, then they end up with a problem. That could happen to people too. That cannot happen to people as well. We got around having our brains in a weird location by having our breathing and our swallowing go through the same pipe. But because of that, we have the chance of choking when we swallow something. Fire transmitter. Pressing the designated button, you unleash the transmitter's power. A brilliant beam of light shoots skyward, piercing the blue sky. After a suspenseful pause, the computer emits a confirmation tone. TX-930 quickly scans the outcome. Direct hit confirmed. The gunship's trajectory is compromised. Impact imminent. Moments later, a distant crash reverberates, the gunship meeting its fiery end near the facility's southern boundary. The threat is neutralized, TX-930 concludes. The airspace is now clear. Is that it? Or brush off hands? Or like swatting a fly? Is that it? If you tried to eat a speeding truck, it could cause brain damage? Well, that's a totally different thing. TX-930 responds. Our work is not finished yet. While neutralizing the gunship was critical, it also presents an opportunity. The vessel was equipped with a jump drive, similar to what our ship requires. We should head to the crash site immediately to salvage what we can. What about the facility? Is it ours now? TX-930 completes a rapid scan of the facility's systems. For now, the facility is secure under our control. Communication intercepts indicate that any surviving Star Frontier personnel have evacuated. Sensor readings show minimal life signs. Likely no more than 5 individuals have escaped into the desert. Should we pursue them, or we can mop them up later? Should we pursue them? TX-930 quickly responds, no. The immediate priority is the jump drive from the gunship. It's imperative we secure it before anyone else can. Okay, Crash Starfighter location unlocked. We've got War Score for securing this facility. Anything else in here? I don't think so. We already looted him. Ooh. Oh, we need Biology 100. Can we get that? I don't think we can, because he can't take any drugs. Yeah, we can only get to 85. We could retrain him. It's going to cost us some cash, but we can do it. Yeah, and if we don't put points into luck, then we'll be a lot better off. Alright. Confirm. Oh. Oh, everyone gets 15 in luck. Alright. So we need 100 in biology. We know this. Let's take computers to 60. Science to 60. Let's take this to 70, actually. Put piloting like that. Okay, hopefully that's okay. You want to be a Flurkin. Why is that? Okay. How long till he levels up? He's actually not that far away. Alright. You approach a secondary terminal adjacent to the main tower computer. Powering it up reveals the Star Frontier officer's personal notes. Among the files, you uncover a collection of medical records. Alright, examine the medical records with Biology 100. Sifting through the records, one entry catches your attention. Psychological profile of General Benjamin Alonzo. The document offers a comprehensive analysis of the general's mental state, detailing his decision-making processes, known insecurities, and potential stress triggers. Ooh, that's going to be handy. TX-930 comments, his tone thoughtful. An intriguing discovery. If I had to wager, I'd say this officer intended to use these records against the general for personal advancement. This information, however, could serve as a valuable asset in our efforts against Star Frontier. I have a feeling we could have talked him into helping us. Just chose the wrong options. Oh well. Transmit the data back to Maku for further analysis. Step away. You could eat a truck, of course. Fair. Step away from the terminal. Okay. Is that everything? I think it is. It almost looks like there's a chest there, but I'm pretty sure that's just the terminal. Okay, return to entrance. Such a nice thing to have that shortcut. Alright, off we go to the Crash Starfighter. Crash site of a Star Frontier bomber. Should take some of his weapons, too. After trekking through the harsh desert for several hours, you spot red flare smoke mingling with the thick, dark plumes of several large fires in the distance. TX-930's voice breaks the silence. The crashed starfighter is just up ahead. Okay. Looks like the pilots did not make it. As you approach, you come across 2 dead Star Frontier pilots. Laser scorch marks mar their uniforms. TX-930 comments, curious. It appears they did not perish in the crash, but were killed in combat. Someone else has been here. Oh, lovely. Doesn't matter, we came for the jump drive. Well, it matters if somebody took the jump drive. TX-930's tone shifts to one of regret. Unfortunately, a preliminary scan of the ship indicates the drive has been stripped, along with several other key components. By who? Probably the criminal band, that we spared. By who? TX-930 responds, unknown, initiating sweep of local comms frequencies for any relevant transmissions. After a moment, TX-930 continues. I've intercepted a radio transmission from a band of scavengers. They're moving away from this location, approximately 20 minutes to the east. If we hurry, we may still catch up to them. Well then, scavenger caravan. Looks like a decent-sized place. Probably Tusken Raiders. Yeah, true, probably. Alright, yeah, nothing else here. What? Why did you go that way? I said go this way. Scavenger caravan en route to camp. I don't know where their camp is, but look at that thing. You follow the scavenger's trail for some time, the desert landscape stretching endlessly around you. Finally, TX-930 breaks the silence. We are close. The scavengers have halted just up ahead. He adds, the track suggests that they have a large walking transport at their disposal. Be prepared for potential resistance. What kind of transport? It's a civilian model, Star Frontier issue. Specifically, it looks like a Mule 12 Walker, a multi-purpose utility loader. Can you estimate how many scavengers are up ahead? TX-930 pauses momentarily, processing the intercepted signals. Based on the intercepted communications, I estimate there are 4 to 5 scavengers in total. Okay. Let's look at the map here. There's a quest marker and no marked containers. Interesting. Let's go ahead and save because I think it's been a bit. Bot. So it's Gus, Hart, and Bendu, along with N-689. As you pass through the desert dunes, following the trail of junk left behind by the scavengers, they finally notice your approach and turn to face you. Their leader, a robot, emits a series of electronic noises, speaking in binary. 0110-11-0011-1010. Scavenger closest to you sneers, interpreting the message. He says you've come close enough. The robot's glowing red eye glares at you. Who are you? The robot tilts its head in an unsettling mechanical way, emitting a series of binary beeps and clicks. Its supplicant then bows low. Our master wishes me to inform you that we are the 7th children of the 7th children, guardians of Nabi, cleansers of the unfaithful, and reclaimers of discarded Star Frontier metal. He said all that? The supplicant nods earnestly. Yes, very clearly. Our leader is nothing if not eloquent. Did you kill those Star Frontier pilots? The robot responds with its familiar binary sequence. The supplicant listens intently before continuing. The master decreed that the Star Frontier pilots were heretics and a blight on Nabi, so they were cleansed. Harsh, or could have taken them as prisoners? Guess I can't argue with that. I could have taken them as prisoners. The robot continues, emitting another string of binary beeps and clicks. The scavenger listens intently before turning back to you. Our leader demands that you leave our presence immediately or face death. With Computers 20, you can say, I happen to know binary. I've noticed your leader is using the same binary sequence each time he speaks. Or with Engineering 20, inspect the robot more closely. With Finances 20, you and your robot seem like sharp operators, but I have to ask, when was the last time you audited your financials? Or start combat. I need your transport, the jump drive it's carrying. Beep, beep, click, beep, click, click. Yeah, Computers 20. I know binary. The scavenger's eyes widen in shock before quickly narrowing in defiance. Nonsense. I am the chosen interpreter for our master and savior, his edict supreme. We cleanse the sands of Nabi, purging the unworthy and reclaiming the sacred metal left behind by heretics. You dare question our mission? The leader then speaks again, emitting the familiar beeps and electronic sounds. This time, its actions are more intense. Its head tilts sharply. Its mechanical arms move with a jerky, frantic motion. The scavenger glares at you with desperation. Our leader is becoming quite angry now. He says, your leader is asking for help. Not from us, but from you. The two other scavengers exchange uncertain glances behind the interpreter. One of them steps forward, his voice wary. Gus, is that true? The robot becomes even more frenzied as he turns towards the other two scavengers. The same binary. Gus glares at the robot, then back at you, his voice laced with disbelief and anger. Asking for help, you say. Do you mean to tell me that our leader wishes to forsake his mantle? To forsake us? To forsake the markets for our holy metal? His eyes narrow as he tries to process the implications. That's exactly what I'm saying. You're nothing more than a typical scavenger. You've hijacked this robot, using it as a mouthpiece to control these other two. The accusation hangs in the air. One of the other scavengers turns on Gus, his face twisted with realization. Gus, I knew something was off. Gus shakes his head, stammering, no. And say, you better get out of here while you still can, Gus? Or kill him, boys. You better get out of here while you still can. Gus looks around, panic starting to set in as the situation spirals out of his control. The robot turns to face him with the same binary. Gus's lip curls in frustration. You traitor, I won't forget this. His two former allies reach for their weapons, their faces hardening with anger. You've been taking the lion's share of the loot, claiming our leader here needs it as tithe. Get out of here, Gus, before we kill you. Realizing his time is up, Gus stares at you and his former comrades one last time before turning and fleeing into the desert, disappearing into the dunes. The two scavengers exchange glances before turning back to you. So what now? One of them asks. I need your transport. Has a jump drive from the fighter I brought down. Or you two can repay me by handing over your transport. Or give me your transport now. I need your transport. Scavengers share another look. I don't know. One of them hesitates, but the other chimes in. Listen, Charlie, we were saved from Gus's servitude. Besides, I'm done with this scavenging life. We've got more than enough tithe stashed at our camp. We could sell it all and finally get off this dust ball. The first scavenger considers this, then looks at you and back to the transport. Fine, take it. He waves dismissively. The two then turn and embark off into the desert. TX-930's voice cuts through the moment. That takes care of that. We should check the transport to ensure the drive is actually salvageable. What about the robot? The robot emits another string of binary beeps and clicks. Recruit. Interested in joining us? Or, alright, you can go now. Interested in joining us? The robot responds with another series of binary beeps, this time with a noticeable increase in frequency and pitch, betraying a sense of excitement. Alright then, we have a ship at these coordinates. Meet us there. We could use a robot like you in our operations on Mako. After you provide the coordinates, the robot emits a final series of binary beeps in agreement. Without hesitation, it turns and begins marching towards the distant dunes, its mechanical legs moving with purpose. TX-930 marks his approval. Once we're back on Mako, we should take the time to analyze this robot's functions. I have a feeling there's more to it than meets the eye. TX-930 continues. We should now check the transport for the jump drive. Alright, we got N-689. And you approach the transport and quickly spot a large item covered by a tarp, surrounded by numerous smaller crates and assorted junk. With a swift tug, you pull the tarp away, revealing the jump drive beneath. The Jedi killer droid? Possibly. TX-930 initiates a scan. Good news, the drive is damaged, but the repairs are within our capability. More importantly, the hypercompression manifold is intact. We should commandeer this transport and return it to the outpost. Use the transport. You board the leg transport and take a moment to familiarize yourself with the controls. After scanning the greasy console, you push a lever. The transport lurches forward, its mechanical legs beginning their steady, rhythmic march back to Outpost Sirico. After a long trek through the desert, you finally reach Outpost Sirico. As you approach, Bruno Brown spots you at the entrance and lets out a loud cheer of excitement. We kicked those Star Frontier goons to the curb. We sure did. Glad you made it back. Well, let's not forget, you were the distraction. We sure did. Glad you made it back. Bruno Brown does not hear, instead taking in the sight of the massive transport. Where did you get that thing? Long story? Or scavengers, they won't be needing it anymore? Or I filed the appropriate Star Frontier requisition forms. Scavengers, they won't be needing it anymore. Bruno shakes his head again, clearly impressed. Well, nice work, he says, patting the side of the transport. I'm sure we can put it to good use around here. We'll start unloading the crates. Okay. Holland. Is that the name of this location? What does Holland mean? Not the one you're looking for, though? Most likely. Okay, so we just leveled up. That means we can... I'm going to hold on to these 10. Just in case we need to spend them like engineering or something. Yeah. Make a deal, convince the nurses, visit Nabi and Show, report back to the hall. Alright. OMG, finally, Trisha is here. Trisha's been here. Probably just napping, though. Amano looks up as you enter the hall, his eyes narrowing curiously. Welcome back. The facility is ours now. I can't believe it. We didn't suffer any casualties either. Anthony Tang got a slight burn on one finger from his pistol overheating. Otherwise, we're all good. You can say good work, or not bad for a bunch of scientists and technicians, or how did the Sunsguard fare? Good work. Amano smiles appreciatively. Thank you. And I hear we have a Mule 12 parked outside now? Scavengers beat us to the wreck, but we managed to convince them to part with the drive. Amano nods thoughtfully. The sector's crawling with them these days. We'll get the drive to your ship and start the installation right away. What's your next move? I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you know as soon as I have a clearer plan to take down Star Frontier. Amano nods again, his expression firm. Understood. We're ready to support you whenever you decide to move against them. Good luck. Excellent. Does she have anything new to say? Nope. Does he have anything new to say? Nope. Do you have anything else? Ah, here we go, finally. Amano waits in silence for you to speak. I suspect the Sunsguard might have a mole inside the outpost. Amano furrows his brow. Really? What leads you to think that? During my conversation with Otis Drinkwater, their leader, he seemed overly familiar with my details. When I pressed him, he dodged the question. Amano considers. Perhaps he's trying to make us believe he has an insider. I doubt it's just a bluff. He knows things he shouldn't possibly know without help. If that's the case, and there really is a mole, they must be relaying information to the Sunsguard. Recommend talking to Anthony Tang. He's in charge of communications. He might uncover something useful. Okay. Tang. Is that this guy? Yeah. Need to speak with you about the outpost comms. Anthony Tang looks up, his expression tinged with concern. Oh? I suspect there's a mole in the camp sending information to the Sunsguard. Communications seem the best place to start. Anthony nods, his concern evident. Understood. How should we begin? Let's start by reviewing all outgoing communication logs since my arrival at the outpost. After that, I'll defer to you. Sounds good. Anthony agrees. I'll sort the data by timestamp and frequency of messages. Filter for any unrecognized or encrypted signals that stray from our standard protocols. You observe as Anthony Tang springs into action, his fingers swiftly navigating the keyboard. As he sifts through the outgoing messages, he comments, I see several communications between you and Amano, but I assume you're not the one we're worried about, he says with a light chuckle. He continues diligently, scanning for any anomalous encryption patterns and checking the digital signatures against known secure protocols. After a few moments of intense scrutiny, he shakes his head. Nothing out of the ordinary. Show me a list of all outgoing messages. Sure thing. He swiftly navigates the system and brings up the data on a screen. The list is mostly filled with mundane communications between members of Outpost Sirocco. However, one message catches your eye. A record message from Lucas Katz titled, Who Let the Cobra Out? Wifey's Eyes Only. What about that one? Or, that one sounds spicy, open it up. What about that one? Anthony Tang glances back at you, a hint of amusement in his tone. Oh, come on, have you seen the guy? Honestly, I'd rather not dive into that. He sends those types of messages regularly. Him and his wife, they're a couple of horn dogs. Open it up. Anthony shakes his head. Look, I'd rather not. We're dealing with a security breach here. Open the message. Or open the message now. Who let the Cobra out? Anthony Tang shakes his head, clearly reluctant. Fine. With a grimace, he steps back slightly and averts his gaze as he clicks to open the message. Instead of a clear recording, what plays through the speakers is what seems to be just static, mere noise. What the... He pauses, furrowing his brows in concentration. It's just noise, unless... It's not entirely random. This could actually be a stenographic layer. Essentially, the noise could be masking embedded data. By employing a polyphonic cipher, someone could modulate the underlying frequencies to encode a message, one that only specific decryption software or cryptographic key could reveal. This is all I need. Lucas is sending encrypted data. I'll let Amano know. Or with luck 15, move beside Anthony Tang and fiddle with some of the keys. Or with computers 30, we won't need the original cipher. Utilize a Fourier transform analysis to dissect the audio spectrum, isolating any hidden data patterns. Alright, computers 30. Anthony Tang nods, visibly impressed. Yeah, let's try that. He sets to work, following your guidance. After several intense minutes manipulating the software and adjusting the parameters, the scrambled noise starts to coalesce into a coherent message. The message initially sounds like disjointed beeps, but as Anthony completes the Fourier transform analysis, the random noises coalesce into a distinct binary pattern. Quickly, he runs the binary through a decoder, translating it into text. Offworlder executive, tribute case contains transponder, on your trail, looking for encampment. Anthony Tang looks back at you, his expression one of betrayal and anger. He sold us out. Lucas sold us out. I'll take care of it. Anthony Tang nods, his tone determined. All right, I'll stay here and archive all his previous communications. I bet none of them were actually for his wife. All right, Lucas, was that the guy in here? Was I right to think about him as being the problem? I was. Yeah, him being, like, super unfriendly and standoffish. was like the way he was with it was a little suspicious. As you approach, Lucas Katz pauses his work, letting out a heavy sigh at the interruption. Who let the Cobra out? For wifey's eyes only. Lucas frowns and turns, puzzled. What? Seems distance hasn't cooled the flames between you and your wife. Or planning to switch careers to adult entertainment once you're off Na'vi? Seems distance hasn't cooled the flames. Lucas shakes his head. Yeah, she's my wife. Her eyes only. I'm not ashamed to admit that we keep the passion alive no matter the distance. Except the messages are encrypted. Found that curious. He blinks, a flash of irritation crossing his face. I'll say it again. Wife's eyes only. It seems I was right to be cautious with peepers like you lurking around. Didn't realize all of the Sunscarred counted as your spouse. They must be quite the handful, especially in the bedroom, huh? Hey Marvel Man, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Hi, gotta keep the streak going. I appreciate it. Lang perv? No, he's a mole. Lucas stammers, what? There's no way. Next time you encrypt a message, try not to use a standard polyphonic cipher. We cracked it in minutes. Just then, Amano Mai approaches, sensing the tension. What's going on here? Lucas Katz, he's our mole. Or this worm right here, he's the mole. Lucas Katz, he's our mole. Amano's expression shifts from confusion to shock. What? It's true. He's been feeding information to the Sunscarred, told them about the transponder and more. He's the mole. Anthony Tane can confirm everything. He helped me decrypt the message. Lucas glances between you and Amano, his face a mask of desperation as he tries to speak, but words fail him. Amano's frown deepens. Why, Lucas? Why do this? Lucas scowls, his voice a mix of defiance and resignation. Because we're stuck on this desert rock. I thought we were done for, that the Sunscarred would be the end of us. I did what I thought necessary to make it home. Don't you ever think of home, Amano? Amano's reply is quiet but firm. All the time. You have no idea. But betraying everyone else to get there isn't the way. I thought you were better than this. Lucas shakes his head, his gaze dropping to the ground. Turns out I'm not. What do you suggest we do with him? Or he needs to go? Or I'll kill him right now. What do you suggest we do with him? Amano shakes his head, clearly disappointed. He picks up his radio. Bruno, come and take Lucas away. Put him in Building 1. Bruno's voice crackles through the radio in acknowledgement. Amano's eyes never leave the floor as Lucas is escorted away by security. Once it is done, Amano finally turns to you, a hint of gratitude in his weary expression. Thank you. Come speak to me when you have a moment. Okay. Back to Amano. About Lucas Katz. Amano sighs. About Lucas Katz. We all want to be gone from here, from this forsaken place. But what he did was... I still can't believe it. Thank you for helping us plug the leak. Glad I could help? Or you should definitely improve operational security around here. Yeah, you should definitely work on security. Amano nods thoughtfully. Yes, of course. We're not traditionally trained in this sort of thing. None of us are. But clearly, we must learn from this. We'll enhance our security protocols. More questions? I should go. Excellent speaking with you. What was that achievement? Cheese Eater, you found the mole on Na'vi. Nice. Another achievement down. We've almost got half the achievements. Okay, travel back to your ship. We've gotten everything else done here. Yes. Oh, right, we didn't have the chance to gather everything here. So those guys interrupted us. Alright, I think that was everything, though. Max Thorpe and Sonda Sharp. You return to your ship to find several technicians putting the finishing touches on the installation of your jump drive. Sonda turns to face you, a smile spreading across her face. You're all good to go. Thanks for all your help. I'll be in touch soon. Or service with a smile, huh? Or how many miles before my next checkup? Thank you for all your help. I'll be in touch soon. Ike Schoen shields his eyes, giving you a nod. Good luck out there. He turns and gives the ship a final prideful tap, closing up the hatches with a satisfied grin. TX-930 speaks up. There's something I didn't mention earlier, given the urgency with the scavengers. While at the downed ship, I accessed its navigational records. They indicate its last jump was from FIVO, and the one before that was from the classified Vora system we discovered on show. He continues, based on the ship's origin, I suspect a significant military presence in Vora. It's highly possible that this is the source of the bioweapon. And the jump gate to Vora is somewhere in the FIVO system? TX-930 confirms. Correct, though the exact location remains unknown. Then we need to head to FIVO and find it. Indeed, TX-930 responds. We have the updated jump codes from show and the new hypercompression manifold installed. I suggest finishing any remaining tasks here and prepare for immediate departure. Yeah, we got some stuff to do here still. Alright, Nabi pacified. Do they have anything else to say? Nothing. Nothing. Does Ike have anything to say? Ike Schoen is hard at work on the solar array, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead under the relentless sun. He pauses, tools in hand, and turns towards you. Nope, nothing. Okay, time to go then. Now, I've noticed there's other planets in this system that it says that are unclaimed. I wonder what we have to do to claim those or secure them. I don't remember which phrasing it used. We need to go back to the nurse's ship. We need to look into the possibility of those traders. I would kind of like to go back to our first planet as well. So, yeah, this is inhabited. This is not claimed. So I'm wondering if we could just go over and claim Icarus. Squall, not claimed. Augusta. This goes to Sivian. Oh no, it's Jumpgate Sivian. Goes to Asan. Coldfoot, Carnifax. Okay. So that's where Carnifax is at. We have a quest for them. This is not claimed, but there's also some hostile ships around there. We need to go back to there. This is the one going back to Maku. We do need to go back to Maku at some point. And this is the one to Helfir and Aramtera. This is another not claimed, but with enemy ships around here. Alright, yeah, let's go try this. Well, let's save first. What happens if we go here? This planet was named after Icarus, whose hubris led to his fall. Its searing surface and extreme heat echo the legend, making it uninhabitable. Scan? Scan the planet for resources. Oh, and then mine. Must be scanned first. Okay. I see. So, and then we leave. And we've claimed Icarus. Okay. So yeah, we just need to go to each of these. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and stop here. We're all here, Pat. We all like to watch. Fair. Okay, that's saved. And yeah. I may play more of this tomorrow instead of Factorio. I don't know, we'll see. I'm really into this game right now. I'm having a lot of fun with it. Let's find someone to raid though. Whom is out there to raid? Thanks for being here, Grumpy Tiger. I appreciate it. Anyone playing something interesting? Nobody's playing this, unfortunately. Oh, Yang's playing some Stellaris. We like Stellaris. And it's space adjacent. If you don't know Alpha Yang Delete, they play a bunch of Stellaris and occasionally some other games. Ah. Rad. My keyboard is slowly dying. There we go. Copy that raid message for when we go visit Alpha Yang Delete. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for lurking, participating. All of it greatly appreciated. Yeah, we'll be on tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central U.S. Time, 1700 UTC. Most like with either this or Factorio, depending on what I'm feeling. A rad raid, indeed. Yeah, we'll see. My mind's on this a lot, so I'd be... if it's the same tomorrow, I'd be pretty distracted. But we'll see. We'll see how I'm doing. Alright, thanks again, and I'll see ya.